something with that hard cut off the audio. Jeez. Hi everybody. I just now noticed how bad that was. Welcome in. It's Friday. Good to see you there, Duncan Drax. Thank you so much for the 5 months. PS1 tone, which honestly worked really well with your music there, Echo. They shouldn't have, but I never realized they actually worked very well together. That was actually pretty cool. Anyway, Nicomancer Crutus, Duncan Drax, Kareem Vendor, hey kiddo. I didn't expect to see you in chat. You should be in class. What are you doing?
You mean the latest masterpiece
You know your
of
tunes.
fantasy storytelling
It's calm
from
time.
Lucasfilm's Brian Moriarty?
How is everybody this Friday? Maverick,
it's
good to see you. Welcome in.
Of magic. Stunning, high-resolution
And Rabbits,
3D
welcome.
landscapes,
So I have a mini rant for you after
sophisticated
Cobb
score
finishes
and
talking.
musical effects, not to mention the detailed animation and special effects, elegant point-and-click control of characters, objects, and magic spells. Beat the rush.
Go out and buy loot today. So I got a mini rant for you and a warning. Hey, PS1 addicts. Awesome. And Maverick, thank you so much.
_gamers global just subscribed for 2 months.
2
Hi
months.
Bitterman and chat.
How are you doing, man? Thank you so much for the 2 months. The man of Bitto, the one of PS addicts. Wait, that doesn't work right. You did notice your own SD Potter in the Bitto world, so I wonder what's up. Yeah, she was probably either, well, I don't know, she might still be on the bus for all I know. But school should be starting soon, right, kiddo? I got a mini rant for you, and a warning for all you Windows 10 users who hate Windows 11. I don't hate Windows 11. To be honest with you, I don't really have a big issue with it. No worse than I did with Windows 10. In fact, some ways I like it better because it did fix some of the stuff that I was dealing with from a streaming perspective that I was having with Windows 10. I don't know if that was because it's a fresh install or what, but I haven't had the issues since then, and I'm happy with that. So anyway, so I have positive thoughts of it for the most part. There's some negatives. Now here's the other issue, the issue that I'm going to talk about. If you got Windows 10 and you don't want Windows 11 and your PC supports Windows 11, know that it's going to be discontinued about a year from now.
Psst, I think there's someone in the bushes there.
And Goonie Kid's going to go hide in the bushes. Thank you, Goonie Kid. Hey, Peter Steves. And then modern MS Paint exists. Yeah, exactly. So get this. Coffee did not want Windows 11. And the other day I turned on her computer. I think it was, might have been Tuesday night. But I turned it on, and it came up to a patch screen. You know, noticed Windows 10 lately will do full screen patch notifications when you boot the PC, the major updates. And they'll have little buttons and links, and in some cases very small text in corners. And it will try to push you to take Windows 11. I kind of get where they're coming from, but it's very deceptive. I'm usually very good at avoiding it, but I guess it was just a matter of time. Either I clicked it or Coffee did. I don't know which. Doesn't really matter. But I booted it up this morning, and I'll be freaking damned if it's not Windows 11. As someone who uses Windows 11, you continue to hate Windows 11 because every new version of Windows makes it harder to make it usable again. I agree with you on that, Winter Slice. Like I said, I'm not 100% on Windows 11, but if I had to deal with Windows 10 or 11, I don't care which one. They're to me they're almost equally bad in many ways. Yeah, that's an awful lot of spam in that chat. Hang on a second. Did I miss something? Well, you've been doing Windows 7 for years. Then what is to stop us from Windows 10 for years? Well, the thing, Peter Steves, is that Microsoft is getting a lot sneakier with their login screens. And when I turned it on Tuesday so that I could see about getting it set up for the Tuesday night stream so I could put alert on her channel on there, it gave me the full screen patch update thing that Windows 10 started doing years ago. And basically what it does is it's a full screen menu option, but there's really no menu to it. It'll just say, you should consider upgrading to Windows 11. Support will end in August 2025 or something like that. And I'm like, okay, it's definitely worse than Windows 10, maybe not by a huge amount, but worse. Yeah. I mean, there are some things that are worse. Like I said, I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying it's better. I'm just saying that if I had to deal with one or the other, if somebody handed me a computer and said, do you want Windows 10 or Windows 11? I'm not going to make somebody reinstall Windows 10 on it just because it's not that big of an issue to me personally, but that's not true for everybody. Give me Windows 7 again. Windows 7 was one of the best operating systems Microsoft did. Windows XP, I still say, is the best that they ever achieved as far as user functionality and usability, but it is by far one of the worst for security. Windows 7 seems to have fixed most of that, but started to degrade some of Windows XP's user-friendly features in some cases. Someone unboot me backwards, right? So anyway, if you've got Windows 10 and you don't want Windows 11 and you get a patch update, look carefully before you hit next on anything, because even the wording seems to be deceptive. I even hit cancel, and I turned it on this morning, and that damn thing's still Windows 11. So I don't know what the hell they did, but they got me. Just be careful. If you don't want Windows 11, watch out, because they're going to try and cram it down your throats. They've been doing that with Windows 11 and probably Windows 10 patches, and when you turn the computer back on, yeah, damn you, Bill Gates, and he's not even responsible for it this time. I can't even blame Steve, what's his name? Let's Neo this Matrix. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, like if you do a major update, if you're like me and you don't use an actual login for Microsoft, you do an offline login, Windows 11 will try to force you to create a Microsoft account. They will try to trick you and force you into it. It's so bad now that whenever I get a major update, I literally have to unplug the network, let it boot up after the patch update, bring up the console at that patch screen, and then run a command prompt line in order to disable the forcing of me to try and log on online, because it's the only way to get past that screen. It is that much bullshit now. So yeah, like I said, if anything, this is starting to aggravate me more about Windows 11 than anything else, because this is very anti-consumer in every way. Yeah. Not Wozniak. No, that's Apple. Ballmer. That's what I was trying to think of. We can't even blame Steve Ballmer. We have to blame Nutella or whatever his name is. I forget what his name is. So there's my mini rant. If you don't want Windows 11 and you have a machine that supports Windows 11 and you're using Windows 10, be prepared. Microsoft will find a way to bend you over a fence post, no lube, and nail you hard. But anyway, so on a more positive note, get this. Part of the Windows XP machine hardware came in yesterday, and it's so funny. I tried to make sure I got a red one because it's an ATI Radeon, and red is the theme, right? And even the heatsink on that one's red. So here we go. This is the new VGA heatsink and fan. It's a Evercool mini UFO. There is a chance this won't actually fit properly on there, so I may either have to bend or possibly, I hope not, even clip or cut a fin or two in order to get it to fit. We'll find out here real soon. I need to wait for the other hardware to get in, which is supposed to be here today. We'll see if it makes it. But yeah, so that's the cooler. And it's so funny because when I got this, I'm like, this is a time for the world to riot. Yeah, so this is actually a universal that's supposed to fit. Let's read a few of these for you. This is what this is supposed to fit. Hey, Final, how you doing? And last, good to see you, Gaia Shield. So this is supposed to be compatible with an NVIDIA GeForce 4 Ti, and that's 4000, the FX 5000 and 6000 series. Oh, and 7000s, even up to 8000. Good God, I couldn't imagine putting this on an 8500 GT. GeForce MX 440. Holy crap, really? An MX 440? This will work on an MX 440. Where did you manage to locate that thing? Actually, I got this on Amazon, but not by locating it on Amazon. I was looking for universal VGA coolers to get an idea of what was popular back in around 2005 to 2010, hoping to get an ATI Radeon 9800 heatsink maybe used on eBay, or something like that. And I stumbled on these, and these are about $10. They're not that bad. And I figured, I paid $8 actually for this one, but I figure it's worth the risk. And this is so old that the plastic, you can't see it on the camera, but the plastic has yellowed. So I'd be willing to bet it's probably hung in like a Best Buy for 10 years before they finally said, screw this thing. We need to get this thing out of here. So yeah, but it's not bad. I took it out. It's got a full complement of hardware. I mean, it's got a 2-pin to Molex connector so that you could plug it into a PSU if you really need to. It's also got a 2-pin that will plug onto the video card just fine, which I don't need to use the Molex, but I might need to use it for something else because I got two fans coming.
Hat, man.
Hey, thank you very much. Afro? I have not got no afro. I'm not sure what I could wear to put on that. But yeah, and it came with thermal paste, which I probably won't use that thermal paste. I've got some Arctic silver or something like that in my toolbox, so probably use that instead. And plus, I don't know how old this thermal paste is. That thermal paste could be 15 plus years. I got a wig, yeah. Any hair? I got a couple of wigs, actually. There we go. Not quite an afro. Always good to trust your hardware to cheap Chinese fan that's been sitting in storage for decades. Well, I look at it like this. I'm not sure I trust the fan. The big issue, Winter Slice, is this. If you've seen the heatsink on the 9800 Pro, it is, to me, just looking at it, it is very weak. It is not a good heatsink. But this is a fin-based fan system. If I have to, I can replace that fan. That is not hard. Now I have more hair, right? So as far as trusting the fan, well, if it overheats, we'll see. And truthfully, I've had quite a few. Hey, Sky Falls, good to see you. I was just talking about old hardware that I'm getting ready to replace on some old computers that I have. Yeah, I haven't had issues with fans. People talk a lot about fans in terms of reliability and durability, but the honesty here is that you know how a fan works? It's literally just a magnet sitting on top of a motor, on top of a magnet, and depending on the type of fan style it is, some fans don't even make contact. They just spin freely because they're suspended by that magnetism. I had some fans like that in the past. They're super quiet. And they make no rattling noise whatsoever until they get off balance, and then they might start rattling on the axle. But those were even cheap Chinese fans. So I've really not had reliability issues. Now, I'm not saying the quality of the fan itself is good. You know, how much airflow it has, which was the other issue that I wanted, because really what I wanted a bigger fan than this. Beggars can't be choosers. That's my biggest issue. You've been using laptops and mini PCs for the last 20 years. Yeah, exactly. You don't even know what a 9800 Pro is. Oh, well, here. I'm going to take pictures of it and show you when I pull it out of the machine again to do all this work. I'll show you the befores and the afters. My jury-rigged setup. Let's see. Let me get you a nice picture of one. Okay. Oops. So this is a Tech Power-Up. This is Tech Power-Up's little page on this video card. This is the same card that I have, and that is an awful, awful, tiny picture. Damn it! So this is the video card that I have. This is why I say I think the TV tuner might bump into it because it's going to extend out into this corner, but I might be able to just bend the fins over a little bit and get them out of the way. But this is the fan that came with it. This fan is notorious for breaking and stopping to work. This is very, very shallow. It is probably about that thick. It is extremely anemic. Extremely anemic. Hey, how's it going, Susie? They were pretty big in their day. Still prefer G4s, though, yeah. Look at that circuit board with some stuff on it, yeah. I mean, well, okay, so I can identify some things. Memory chips, right here. These 4 are the memory chips. This is the TV tuner for the all-in-one Pro, which is what we have. There are some, I guess, some kind of power converter or inverter or something like that, heat sinks there. And then you have the main heat sink, which is loosely sitting on top of it. It's not even really pressing down on the GPU itself by these little spring clamps. And then you have this. Like, you can grab it and just kind of wobble it around. It does. It is awful. The 9800, the 9600 and 9800s were notorious for overheating. What is the weather currently in your area, and how humid is it? It is currently 80 degrees Fahrenheit. It's 8:20 in the morning or 8:23 in the morning, something like that. And the humidity is probably about 50 to 55% out there. I'd say closer to 55%. In fact, if I get the cat away from the front door, I'd close the front door so that it could lower the humidity in here. You can keep that here. You got some had proper fans on them. Yeah, well, this is actually the same. This looks exactly like the same model that I have, which mine was or is. I think it's an actual ATI reference card, not the not like a Sapphire or somebody else's EVGA or something. But anyway, this is it. This is what I'm using, and it's a great card, but it's notorious for overheating, and it's notorious for this fan breaking, and it's hard to find stuff for it. So that's where getting something like this comes into play. You just don't get a choice. 20 years later, you're like, what hardware can I find? And there were a few options, but either they were going to be in the $50 to $100 range, which I'm not willing to really put that kind of money onto it. We'll be watching here. Oh yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate that, Skyfall. No shielding on the fan blades at all. I know it's supposed to be inside a computer case, but stuff can get in there. Yeah, I mean, this is normal. This was really normal back in the day. In fact, I had an Asus motherboard around 2001 was when I bought my first Athlon XP machine. And the Northbridge had a heatsink and a fan on it. And the fan was a little bit smaller than the one you see in the picture here. And it was exposed. CPU fans are generally exposed. So, no, this is normal. You just have to, when you configure your case, you have to make sure that there's nothing loose in there, that the cables are secured, that there's no screws floating around or anything like that. And you're right, stuff can get into the computer case, but it shouldn't. If something got in there, you probably left something open or didn't check stuff before you closed it up, one of the two. The worst I have ever found inside my computer is maybe a dead spider and a bunch of dust. That's about it. Apparently, Deadmau5, the musician, found a dead mouse in his, but I don't know. Apparently, he grew up pretty poor, so he might have just had whatever PC he could and left the side off the case. At least that's the story I've heard. I have no idea. But yeah, so it's an awful heatsink. But this is a heatsink that's on there, and I literally strapped a CPU fan on top of it. And the CPU fan really like extends out over these memory chips. Like, it's pretty big. It's meant for a Phenom actually. So it's a pretty large CPU fan, and it's doing the job, but it's not doing it enough. Now, I don't know if maybe it's not blowing air over these memory chips well enough or what, but I do have hardware coming in today that does include some heat sinks for these memory chips, which you can get generic. And this, by the way, this is one of the earlier cards that I remember that had a separate power connector. If you boot this computer up and you don't have that power connector plugged in, it'll actually tell you. And this is just a standard floppy drive power connector. Hey, Stalio. How you doing? So, yeah, it's a nifty machine, and it's a nifty video card. Granted, I don't have any purpose for the cable, although I guess I could hook up an analog antenna to it. I don't think I'd get anything. So I don't think we have any analog signals around here. But anyway, enough of this stuff. That's what's on tap here real soon. Like I said, that's supposed to be here today. Hang on a second. Cat's up to something. What do you think, Dick? Oh. That's a big lizard, buddy. Is that too big for you? You think you can handle that lizard? Mystic's so funny. There's this really big lizard at the front door, so he's all excited about it. You read a story about an old computer that we have sent to tech support from a big city cab company? Inside was just covered with just covered with tar from years of 24-hour chain smoking in the same room. I believe it. I believe it. People don't realize there's a lot of computers that have been running for literally decades, and they just keep replacing parts. And that's kind of the problem that I have. Eventually stuff gets so old you can't find parts for them anymore. That's super true for cars. Shouldn't be, because that's a big thing to throw away. And with this kind of stuff, they engineer it to fit things on, not to be maintained. Like literally, this has never been engineered to be maintained. It's been engineered to be assembled, used until there's a problem that prevents you from using it further, and then tossed. Literally disposable. So whenever I find something like this, yes, you end up having to do a little extra work to make things connect properly. Or you have to figure out how to make your own. I don't know how to do anything with aluminum. But anyway, yeah, so how about some Tex Murphy? You guys want some Tex Murphy? I could use some Tex Murphy. I need to get past this bug that we ran into. All right, time for disk swap euphoria. And also Winter's Lice, one last thing too. I said it once before, but there's going to be some effort to get that installed. I have a feeling I'm going to have to bend some of those fins, or possibly even clip one or two, which I don't really want to do. Good luck, Detective. The real Detective is going to be more like Troubleshooting Detective, because there's a problem with this crashing on us. Oh, yeah, for those that joined me on the GogCom stream last night, thank you for being there. I had a good time with Resident Evil 2. I may try and do a horror-themed stream during October. I mean, I know that's very cliche, but I haven't done it in a while. You were away, so you missed the sound. Oh, you tried. But you're here for this sound. That's the sound that matters. You did that sound earlier and said, hi. I mean, hang on a second. Let's see, I don't think I have anything in there. Just because I haven't done it in a while. Oh, I missed the beginning. Damn. I don't know if I've actually booted that on stream in a while. It'll take me to the memory config. I don't have a disk in there. Or should take me to the memory config. There it is. Oh, no, I do have a game in there. Oh, I must have Harry Potter in there. Probably the second one. Yeah, it's Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. Not Sorcerer's Stone. Chamber of Secrets. That means I need to put the disc back, actually. So I didn't realize I'd left it in there. Yep, left the disc in there. Is there... I don't have a Sega Saturn SFX now. Tex Murphy on the PS1. You know, I'm kind of surprised it never appeared on the PS1, to be honest. All right. Sorry. I had to diverge there for just a moment. We all need that moment.
Sorry.
Teddy Belcher, hey, angry old Hoops fan. In real life, Howard Stern. Boot 1999, Oasis Road, PS1. Not sure exactly what you're trying to say there. Welcome in. All right. Tex Murphy it is. Pandora Directive. Come on, the PS1 wouldn't be able to handle so much game. You need a laser disc, a CDI at least. Yeah, the resolution would probably be lower. It'd have to be, it'd all have to be interlaced, I'm sure, but at the least. So all right. So when we ended on Friday or Sunday, or 4 CDs, yeah. So when we ended on Sunday, we were trying to sneak up on the Black Arrow Killer, and the Black Arrow Killer literally can't see us as long as we're hiding. But I don't know how to sneak around. Carl, trying to sneak around. Zero people can boot PS1. RPG Oasis. What do you mean zero people can boot 99 PS1 RPG? I'm not sure I understand what you're trying to say there. Sorry, I'm not trying to be difficult. I just don't understand the message. Okay, so it was crashing on us before. There is sort of an acceleration option here. So there he is. I don't know if it's facing me. Those intro scenes used to scare me as a kid, thanks, with the loud boomy. Yeah. Maybe crashing is part of the puzzle. It's becoming part of the puzzle. Ooh, I made it. I snuck around him somehow. Okay. You walk in, you've never seen Pandora's box. Thanks. Oh, yeah, no problem. A touch loud in general, or is that you? Well, it is a little bit louder. I'm adjusting the volume. This is a tricky game to get the volume right for some reason. Not that I want to make excuses for it. But we'll make adjustments here. Yeah, if you guys aren't comfortable with the sound levels, we'll definitely make adjustments. Don't worry about that. Okay. There. There we go. Ow. Who's that? epic fight scene. Did he just Neo Tex Murphy? Oh no! There we go. I know, right?
Hey! Get back up here! I'm not through with you yet! You picked the wrong PI to screw with today, pal!
Jeez, Tex Murphy actually killed somebody. Oh my god. And who's this Joker? Who's the guy flying around?
He's dead, Jim.
Well, well. It isn't Mr. NSA alumnus Dag Horton. I have the strangest feeling he's not the real Black Arrow killer. I'm missing part of the picture here, but what is it? And what's the connection to Malloy?
Hey, Mar. I guess this is day 3 now? Day 4? I don't remember what day we're on. Day 4, out of the past. Yeah, so part of the problem with the audio in this game is really the fact that
the cops show up right after I
hang
get
on
a peek under Dag Horton's mask. They take my statement, then ask if I'd like to come and try the new coffee blend down at the station. I happen to know their coffee tastes like llama spit, but they're just being civil. When we get to the police station, I'm escorted into Mac Malden's office.
Of course.
You don't say. Yeah? Who told you that? Did you know the guy you threw off the roof?
I didn't throw anybody off the roof, okay? Like I told your lackeys out there, we were rollerblading. Things got out of hand, he jammed his wheel, and the next thing I know...
He's
not even forget I'm a cop, and I'm a tired, pissed off cop. If you keep getting on my nerves, I can put you in a drunk tank. I can do this whole thing again tomorrow. So, you chase the guy up to Rusty's funhouse. Then what?
Well, there was a black Avatar speeder up on the roof waiting for the guy. I jumped him, and we struggled, but he went right over the top.
We got a witness says the attacker was carrying a box when he ran from the Flamingo. We didn't find it. You know anything about that?
No. I've told you everything I know.
Hey, Killick, how you doing? Have you tried llama spit? Apparently he has. I didn't realize he had a ponytail.
All right, Murphy. You can go. Your story matches up. Right? There's one more thing. The NSA is getting involved in this. They're interested in that missing box. They're going to want to talk to you. Don't get too smart on this one, Murphy. You're in way over your head.
Thanks for the tip.
Oh, you're welcome.
He's like, you only got just the tip. Wait until you get the whole thing.
One more thing.
Just one more thing.
Oh, man, this is not what you're going to tell me. Stick around in town. We might have to ask you some more questions. How many times have you told me that over the last 10 years?
That's one big hooter. What?
This case is getting way too complicated. There's a connection between Horton, the NSA, and the box Horton stole from Emily's apartment. But what is it? The NSA getting involved worries me. And then there's that gorgeous woman who got me off the hook. Who's she? I guess I need a plan of action. But first I need to talk to Emily and find out what she knows about Malloy. And then about the box Horton stole from her apartment. Sheesh, it's gonna be a busy day.
Skyfall, I missed a message there earlier. Did I see the Angry Video Game Nerds video about the NES game Deja Vu? Makes you think about it seeing this. No, I didn't see that one. Not even sure I'm familiar with that. Wait a minute. This is our video conference call disc. Disc 5? So are we going to be on the phone now? Is that what it is? Hey, Wolf Soul. How you doing? Pi work. PI work. Pi work or PI work? His Deja Vu vid came out yesterday, but it's one of the better ones as of late.
Just the man I want to talk to. I understand the Black Arrow killer struck for the last time. Care to make any comment?
Yeah, I've got a name for you. Dag Horton.
Thanks for the lead. I'll see what I can find out about this Horton guy. This could be just what I need to top off my story on the Black Arrow killer cover-up.
Yeah, I'm sure the NSA's just gonna love it.
Yeah, I know.
She seems very happy about that. She's like, yay. She needs more emotion. She really does. Although she just showed some emotion. This is the most emotion she's shown in every scene we've seen, all combined.
Don't know anything about it. I can't help you, but I'll check my sources.
Okay. While we're here, we might as well call Gordon. Didn't pay her enough for emotions.
Hello, Mr. Murphy. How goes the investigation?
It's coming along, but I still need to get a few more details from you.
Please, please, I am at your disposal. I can't help you with it. I don't know.
Okay, so I guess we don't have any more information yet, but we can't tell him all the good stuff that just happened because that's quite cool, really. All right. Anything on the floor for mail? No. Don't suppose anything's changed here. Okay, what do we have inventory-wise? We've got visitors pass, newspaper. I guess we could go looking for that box that he stole. Maybe that's what we need to do. We definitely need to go question a few people. Is Chelsea back? No, she's still sulking somewhere, I suppose. Okay, so he jumped out of the pink flamingo. He jumped out of the fuchsia flamingo. Ran to Rusty's. Went upstairs onto the roof. Something did drop up there during the fight. Okay, see if anything's on the floor in here. I don't think so. I think he dropped it. He dropped something on the roof. I know that. Some kind of a device. see. Now that I can wander around up here without as much worry about getting shot. Aha. There's something.
This thing must have fallen out of Horton's pocket.
And the cops didn't see this? Tracking device.
This is a tracking device. Maybe Horton stashed the box he stole from Emily's apartment and was planning on using this to locate the box later. This operates the way most tracking devices do. The sound it emits will speed up the closer I get to the target.
So we can use the tracking device to locate the target.
There's too much interference up here for this thing to work. I better take it down to the street.
Alright, we'll do that shortly. But for now... Anything else that we can pick up? Okay. Okay, so now I guess we can just go out this way.
The tracking device should work fine down here.
Thank you, Tex. Thank you. So let's... Oh, is it actually working?
This is a tracking device.
Oh, whoa. I didn't expect to actually go into the fuchsia flamingo. It's not let me in the front door before.
Come on in. Glad you came by. You had any problems with the cops?
No. Nothing serious.
You want a drink?
Sure.
Bourbon. Straight up, right?
Right. How'd you guess?
Physiognomy. It's a hobby of mine. You can tell almost anything about a person by their facial features.
So I guess I have a bourbon face.
Something like that. Listen, Murphy, I've got to apologize for the other night. See, that note that Emily got shook me up pretty bad. Though, I didn't want her to know I was worried.
Well, don't sweat it. I guess I kind of have a distrustful face. Of course, that'd be your department.
Well, I do want to thank you. You saved Emily's life.
So she's okay?
She's pretty rattled. But she isn't hurt. If you'd come in any later than you did. She's upstairs, sleeping it off.
I'm fine, Gus. I couldn't sleep anymore. Gus told me what you did. I don't know how to thank you.
Well, I guess we cut it pretty close, but I'm glad you're okay.
Thanks.
Listen, Emily, it's not too much trouble. I'd like to ask you a few more questions.
Come on, Murphy. She's been through enough already. Cops grilled her last night. Let's let it rest for a while.
It's okay, Gus. I owe him. A couple more questions isn't gonna hurt me. Go ahead, Tex.
I have a feeling it's going to be more than just a couple.
No, thank you.
You don't want to know about that thing? Oh, God. Okay.
No, thank you. No, no, thank. No, no.
I guess I'll just go down the list here.
No, thank. No. No. No.
She doesn't know nothing. Nothing at all.
No.
All right, the rest of that stuff isn't really it. So it's got to be about somebody.
The man who attacked you last night took something from your apartment.
Nothing
it
at all.
Like a small box. Do you know what it was?
No. I mean, I don't know what was in it. I couldn't figure out how to open it.
How'd you get it?
Well, Thomas sent it to me. I don't know why anyone would want it.
How did it arrive?
Through some delivery service. It was wrapped in plain brown wrapper.
How'd you know Thomas sent it to you?
Well, I recognized the handwriting on the outside of the wrapper.
Okay.
I really don't know too many people around here. It was just plain brown paper. I threw it out, I guess. I don't know where it is.
Oh, perhaps that's what the tracker was on.
I heard Thomas mention that, but I don't know much about it. It's not a very glamorous name. When I make it big, I'll change it to something more exciting.
Why not do it now? What's wrong with that?
Oh, that's just a silly name Gus came up with. He didn't want anyone around here knowing my real name. Gus bought this place last year. He spent a lot of time and money fixing it up. When it was done, he couldn't afford to hire a house band. So I said I'd sing for him.
Oh, I meant to tell you guys, I apologize for the audio in this game. Part of the challenge with the audio is that there really isn't an option to adjust all the different sound levels. So all I've got is on or off. And so sound effects are really loud. And the voiceovers are pretty low, so it's kind of difficult to get it where you guys can hear the voice audio but not be overwhelmed by the cutscenes. It sounds good to you. Yeah, it's not terrible, but it's just a very broad dynamic range, and it's really hard to get it just right for everybody. So some people may have issues with it, and I apologize for that. I wished I could do more, but I don't have a way to separate those two.
Sorry. Did you ask Gus?
Might have to ask him.
I'm not...
Okay, I think we've got what we need from her.
Actually, I'm feeling really beat. I'm gonna go back to bed. I'll see you guys later.
Wished I had that option.
She's a real trooper, isn't she?
Yeah.
You have a good,
Murphy,
yeah, using a Sennheiser one, yeah.
I
If you
really
got
owe
headset
you.
on, it's much easier,
Need
but
a favor?
speakers are going to be harder.
Just name it.
Thanks. Keep that in mind. Right now, I need as much information as I can get about Malloy.
I'll tell you what I know.
Okay, so he's going to let me do it anyway. Right, all right. What time we got? We got about 7.5 minutes left for ads. Yeah.
No thanks.
He doesn't have any interest in the tracking device that is apparently attached to his girlfriend in some way.
No thanks. No thanks. No. No thanks. No. No. No thanks. No thanks.
I guess there's nothing here he wants. We're going to ask about.
If I knew where he was, I'd tell you. But I haven't heard from him for almost a month.
So Tex Murphy has one thing in common with Fallout, and that is that post-nuclear apocalypse, there are mutants, and he's one of those mutants. Looks like somebody tried to draw a fake mustache and failed. Yeah, there's several different kinds of mutants, yeah. So the Louis Laments, the diner owner and cook, he's also a mutant. You'll see his face is pretty messed up as well. And they apparently have different abilities, too. Like, they can be stronger or smarter or something like that.
I think I threw it out in the dumpster behind the club. It might still be there.
Can you imagine whipping a dagger out at a bar and asking the barkeep, "Hey, what's this?" I'm sure it'd probably be preceded with, "Hey, I'm about to pull out something. It's going to be a weapon, but it's not for anything. I just want to show it to you. You know, don't freak." It's like walking into a liquor store doing the same thing. "How you doing, Freddy's Diddy, but has aces."
I checked out the box Emily received, but I couldn't figure out how to open it. Doesn't sound familiar.
Incoming ads for you non-subscribers.
That's
Use your
Malloy.
Twitch Prime now.
Looks like it was taken recently. I don't know him.
Yeah, you do. Tyson Matthews is Malloy. Oh, no, excuse me. Thomas Malloy. Yeah, that's the same person.
I read the paper. It's about the only mutant-run publication in the city. Doesn't sound familiar.
How can you not know who Crazy Gary is?
Don't know. Sorry. Doesn't.
Might have got all we can from him.
I've heard it's the most powerful agency in the government. A couple things Malloy told me made me think they're after him for some reason. I think she's going to be okay. She's pretty resilient. I've always wanted to own a nightclub. I've put my heart and soul into this place. Any business you can send my way, I'd really appreciate. Let's talk about something more interesting. I don't know him. Doesn't sound familiar.
Okay, now we're coming.
I don't know him. Emily has a weak spot for chocolate, so we've gotten to know Clint pretty well. He's a strange one.
Yeah, he mentioned that she comes by and gets chocolate from him every now and then.
I bought a few things from the pawn shop when I was decorating the club. Bargaining with Rook is like removing a splinter.
That's a good comparison.
That's the big guy who runs the diner, right? Seems real friendly. And he makes some tasty grub. I gave Chelsea a complimentary membership. She's the kind of person I like to have in the club.
That's how she got her membership.
You seem like a decent guy. I think we'll get along fine. As long as you keep your hands off Emily.
He's a jealous type, I see, yeah. Okay, we'll exit to Chandler Avenue. It's getting further and further away. Oh, wait. Yeah, it seems to be slowing down. So, maybe to the alley? Where Crazy Gary is? No. It's either in the sewer or in the warehouse.
The tracking device isn't detecting anything nearby.
Okay, so this isn't it. And it stopped working again.
What's the
What's good? Not a whole lot going on at the moment.
The tracking device isn't detecting anything nearby. I must be getting off the trail.
Earlier when we got started, I went over some new hardware that's come in to help repair the Windows XP machine to get it to keep it from overheating.
What's the tracking?
Music makes you think of Pink Panther, the animated one, when he sneaks and you get this style of jazz playing. Yeah. That's the exact same style. Henry Mancini. Okay, so it's somewhere in that corner over there. Maybe we can go down to the sewers?
ads for you non-subscribers. Use your Twitch Prime now.
Okay. I'm going to pause it here because we're on to something. And if you guys will give me just a few minutes here, we're going to take a break from these ads, and then we'll come back and figure out what's going on down in the sewer. I'll be right back. Thank you all. Appreciate that little break there. You notice how that one was nice and just fades out. I need to figure out what I did to get that to work, so I'll figure that out. The other's still that weird broken audio that I did earlier. Anyway, so we're now down in the sewers. No, we don't want to do that. Close panel. So we've got a signal. You want the song? That particular song, Echo, is actually one that I got through Elgato. I don't know of a way to get a hold of it because it's just part of the song from their store and it's free. The other problem is it's not DRM free, it's just stream safe. I can only get it to work through the Stream Deck software. So you'd need an Elgato Stream Deck or something that would use the software. But I can get you the name. Yeah. Okay. What the hell? What is... It's right here, whatever it is. Oh.
Wonder what's hidden inside this wall.
Okay, wow. Good one, guys.
The brick looks like it should come loose, but I can't get my fingers under it to move it.
Well, that's okay, because we have things like a chisel. Good thing that beeping noise isn't annoying at all, right? Ding, ding, ding. Hey, Telvatin, welcome in. We're doing pretty good here. For some reason, I can't get the cursor to release. This happened to me earlier. Oh, this happened to me with the NSA building. Son of a biscuit. So you came in and you asked that question, and I'll have to say it's kind of sucking at the moment because... yeah. This problem. Interesting. So if I kill Tex Murphy, the launcher will relaunch the game, but if I kill the launcher, it won't relaunch it. That's interesting. I guess the whole game is gone in it. No, Tex 4 is still listed. No, thank you. Let's try it from where it was left off. Okay, so this is when we went down into the sewer. So we know where we're heading. I'm just going to go straight to that point, turn on the tracker. Should be... wait. What the hell? Ah, there it is. I see. It opened, but the problem was that it just didn't give me the cutscene for it, I guess.
A small device is attached to the box. I'd better take a closer look before I do anything rash.
Yeah, I'd say so. Claiborne. Oh, no way. Is this like some kind of a bomb? He's going to blow himself up, isn't he?
Oh, it's a Claiborne mine.
Yeah.
I've read about these. To deactivate it, the red photons must be transferred to the left, and vice versa for the green. They're transferred by using the small shuttle that has 3 black stripes on it and is now on the red side. The transfer chamber must be powered by a red or green power cell, which is lighter color than the others. Red or green photons can be in the same chamber and in the shuttle, but if there's more of one color than the other, it creates an imbalance and the shuttle won't transfer.
Oh, God. Really? Okay, so we've got one of these kind of puzzles. Hey, Commodore Chronicles, welcome in. How's it going? Well, we just got a puzzle I'm not sure I understand. Let's see here. So there's the lighter colored versions of those photons he's talking about. That must be the shuttle. So I'm not sure how to... Oh, wait. It's not what I really wanted to do. Oh, I see. Transfer shuttle. Okay. Core cell required. So that basically meaning... imbalance. Imbalance. Okay, so it's more than. So 4 there. Plus the core. If... Let's see... Could do that. How is it imbalance? Yeah, Duncan Thrax. And is no cryptogram, let me tell you that. All right, I really need to try and figure this out. What can I do to make this work? Oh, Mystic. No, sir. Stop it, buddy. Please. Huh? Give me a break, cat. If I reach my hand up like that, he'll jump up and try to get it like it's some kind of toy. I can't relax. He won't let me relax. First, gotta solve the substitution cipher. No more of that crap. Let's see. So if I put these back, let's make sure we have what we have. So we've got 5 dark green, 1 light green, 5 red, dark red, and 1 light red. So we could go...
Ring-a-ding-ding, baby.
Imbalance. Hey, Epic. Bit Murphy, Texo Man. Somehow that sounds right in a weird way, and I don't know why. So why is it letting me send these over, but not letting me send it back? This doesn't make any sense. Wait a minute, I got an idea. I think I have an idea. If I can just get 1 successful move. I don't think I understood what he said about the core cell. They sure give you plenty of opportunity. Yes, exactly. I'm not sure I understand what he said about the core cell. I wish there was a way to review the instructions again, but there doesn't appear to be. You get no time to learn this. Of course, it is a bomb. It's not like you can walk into a bomb and be like, how do I disable this? Oh, I know how to disable this bomb. This is super easy. Uh-huh. All right. Mine by Fisher Price. Put these shapes in the correct holes. Something like that. But see, this is what's weird. I can move this over to this location, but I can't send it back. Oh, okay. I can send it back. Hey, Atreides. How you doing? Imbalance.
Hello, hello.
Hey, Pi. Hello. Oh, duh. Wait, no, that's an imbalance. How the hell is that an imbalance? Oh, jeez. There we go. Core cell required. So I can't send it back without the core cell. Son of a bitch. Oh, this is bull crap. Come on, game. So if I send these two, it's still imbalanced. Yeah, see, that would be imbalanced. But I can do green, red, red. That's imbalanced. Total BS. It really is. This is a really weird puzzle. I don't quite understand how this is working. So now it's really imbalanced. So let's see here. If I put this here, that's 5 green, 1 red. 4 green, 1 red. Could do that. That's imbalanced. That's not right. Okay. Maybe I should do green and green again? You missed me rant over a game last night. Even chat agreed. Oh my god, what game? What game were you ranting about? I haven't had a reason to rant about any games, although I did have a mini rant about Windows 11 this morning. Actually, Microsoft, more so than Windows 11. Okay, let's see. 5 green, Black Mirror. Really? There was a remake for Black Mirror. I didn't know that. 2017. Was it just really bad? Was there some kind of stupid design decision? What happened? They charged you too much. Pardon me. Whatever it is, you agree. You played the Black Mirror remake. It was awful. It's atrocious. Oh, okay. The controls. Oh, and the story was generic, you felt. You loved the original? Ah, I see. Man, sad because the story and graphics are actually okay. Huh. Waited for the remake to go on sale for $2. Damn it. Yes, I know. I like how it's calculating my moves at like multiples here because it's so friggin' stupid. You waited for the remake to go on sale for $2, and even then, it probably wasn't worth it. Huh? You got to get the original OG game. See, Pi, this is the reason why I say I don't want to do remakes and modded versions of games for first-time playthroughs. When you get a disappointing one, it's extremely disappointing. It's never just it could be better. No, it's either really awesome, like System Shock, or it's absolute garbage. Night Dive just has a better track record for it. That's all. Not saying all of them are good, just a better track record. You never thought it would be that bad, yeah. Developers of the original also made Nibiru, Age of Secrets, which is similar to Broken Sword, except the graphics. Huh. That I didn't know. So that's really weird. If I move this red one over, it says it's imbalanced, but it leaves 5 red, 1 green control, and then taking the red control over here would be 5 green, 1 red control. Why is this imbalanced? I don't understand what this is trying to get me to do. This is really stupid. I can move both of these over there. Maybe I can't move that. Okay, so that actually will go over there. That's the most I've been able to move, like, this whole time. No core cell required. Has to be in there. Imbalance. What the fuck, game? Give me a hint here. What am I supposed to do? I must be really dopey because I don't understand why this is not working. Imbalance. Fuck you in this imbalance. See, I can take both core cells over. I can put them back in. Add one more imbalance. Okay, that's one failure. I can take one core red cell and one dark cell. Imbalance. Doesn't work. I can do one red core, two dark. Imbalance. Doesn't work. I can do one green, one red, and it'll transfer. But then I can't bring it back. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, that's imbalanced. Even though that would result in the same number both ways. Still bullshit. And if I go over here and get two core cells, the red and the green core cell, take it over to the green chamber, I still can't do anything with it. It still makes me go through this imbalanced bullcrap, but I can't find a combination that seems to let me work any of it. See? Imbalanced. I get you, you're imbalanced. Can't do that one because it's friggin' balanced. Even though it would result in a balanced configuration on both sides, just no core cell. The fuck, game? So I can put one green core, one dark red. That'll transfer. One green core, one dark green. That won't transfer. It doesn't make any sense. It's not even treating it consistently. How am I supposed to solve a puzzle if it's giving me inconsistent responses? Like, I get no hints on this whatsoever, other than the opening. This is bullcrap. Tried to keep an open mind going into Black Mirror Remake, knowing that it was going to be not so great. The game almost plays like one of those walking journals almost. There's some puzzles, but very far in between them. You did enjoy the desk puzzle, though. The rest of the puzzles were too easy for a casual audience. If puzzles have RNG, they did that puzzle entirely wrong. I'm sorry. A puzzle like this has random... Nope. Nope. That does not work. If that's what they're going to do, this bullshit needs to go away. You can't time or count moves when you go random. That's not right. So I don't believe that in this case. Yeah, there's no random here. There's no way there's random here. Something else is happening that I am not picking up on. I'm missing some kind of combination that is eluding me. But see, imbalance. Bullshit. But I'm going to just go ahead and go out on a limb and say this is a stupid as hell puzzle. A terribly, terribly, terribly designed puzzle. This is worthy of 11th hour kind of puzzle. See, I can't even send one item over. I can't transfer the shuttle without a core item in it, so I can't do that. That means all I can do is send back the same damn two pieces I have. What other options do I have? I can't put... Oh, this is so lame. Imbalance. I can't do that. Can't do that. That works. But here we go. The exact same move I've already proven works a dozen times. This still doesn't give me what I need, though, because I can't transfer that. Can't even send over the one core. I can't send over two dark greens and a core. Come on, stop with the damn blinking. I can't send over a green and a red. That's an imbalance. There is no moves here. There is nothing I can do. What is this thing trying to get me to do? Is there something I'm missing somewhere that I need to get? Is there a bug in this puzzle? What is happening? Because this is not right. In fact, I'll tell you what. I'll give you guys this. If you guys got a hint, please, I am all for it. Because right now, this puzzle's about to just make me pull out the damn walkthrough. I ain't going to do this. Okay, I'll try any move you want. You go right ahead and tell me what to do. Let me reset this stupid thing. You have a question? You have a question idea. All right, so the puzzle is now reset. There we go. Can you move it empty? Nope. Has to have a core cell in it at least. First try, 3 reds. Won't do it. It does do it. I tried that once, I think. Maybe I did send it over there. So we dump 3 reds. So we can try 3 greens? Oh. Wait a minute. I swear I tried that earlier. Okay, never mind. I think... Now we're going to run into an issue. Hey, Yavoozle. How you doing? So we found another move that we can do. Now we have a balance of 3 greens and 3 reds in both. Maybe that's what it's referring to, a balance within the shuttle itself. So that's imbalanced. That's imbalanced. Ah, okay. I think I figured it out. You have to have the same number of the colored beads in the shuttle. It's not referring to these little things, I don't think. So that means we need to move... I think. Actually, no, maybe not. Balance the opposite. Say what? Damn, this is a dumb puzzle. There we go. I really don't know how I managed to get this to work, so I'll just take it. And it should be disabled, right?
This reminds me of a Chinese puzzle box I had when I was a kid. Except this one's made of unusual metal.
Alright.
This box has holes drilled all over the top. I'll need to find whatever goes in those holes in order to get this box open.
Okay. Yeah, I still don't understand that puzzle. So, if you get to that puzzle, well, good luck. I should probably consider saving. Let's do that real quick. Just in case the game has proven to crash on us occasionally. Pardon me. I'll remember that tag. Okay, here we are. Excuse me. I guess we can go back to the fuchsia flamingo. Maybe Maybe Gus and Emily have some info on it. Now that we're allowed to go in here.
I know Thomas is in danger. I can feel it. You have to save him. Like you saved me.
I'll do what I can, Emily, but I can't guarantee anything. You feel up to answering a few more questions?
Sure.
Okay, let's see.
No, thank you.
It was your box, lady. You can't tell me anything about it. Oh, come on.
Bitch, are you for real?
The man who attacked you last night took something from your apartment. Looked like a small box. Do you know what it was?
No. I mean, I don't know what was in it. I couldn't figure out how to open it.
How'd you get it?
Well, Thomas sent it to me. I don't know why anyone would want it.
How did it arrive?
Through some delivery
Yeah,
service.
so we already went through all that, so I really need to get into that detail. All right, so I guess we don't really have anything for her.
No thanks. I checked out the box Emily.
Yeah, he's already talked about that, so whatever. All right, in conversation, out to Chandler. I guess it's time to see who can give us info on this box. Maybe Louis has some info. He's always good for a conversation. Disc 2. Shorty, how you doing? Welcome in.
Hey, let me buy you a drink, mate.
Really? Thank you for giving that shout out to everybody there, Echo. I appreciate that. To Shorty Straw and to Avuzal earlier.
Well, only if you insist. Make it a big one, okay?
I heard you saved that girl up at the Flamingo. The least I can do for our local hero is to buy him a drink.
I mean, he's not wrong, right? Yeah.
Well, not to look a gift drink in the mouth, but I could use a lead even more than a drink.
I'll do what I can to help.
You sure the drink ain't laced? Well, Louis seems like a genuine stand-up guy in this series. As a biterator. Okay.
No thanks.
Yeah, he's going to give me the no thanks all the way through that, so I'm not even going to talk about that. How about we go?
That's the guy in...
Yeah, we already talked about that.
Out of my... I don't... sorry. I'm pretty sure...
Got any comments to Happy Gilmore 2 coming out? Yeah, I didn't know there was a Happy Gilmore 2 coming out. I mean, it's Adam Sandler. I'd go watch it. Oh, Tex Murphy, he's awesome through and through, including Chris Jones. Yes. It can't be good for sure. I mean, I don't know. You know, Adam Sandler films and Kevin Smith films kind of have one thing in common. They tend to be sort of limited viewers, but very dedicated fans. Disc 3. That means that in most cases the films are watchable, or at least enjoyable. And I don't mind bad films. Not really. I mean, it depends on how bad it is. But ones that most people will be like, that's not worth watching. It depends. You have to look for things to enjoy. And
I heard you saved Emily the other night. She's a real nice girl. I guess you're not as big a bonehead as I thought.
Sure I am. Think anybody with any intelligence would keep coming up and talking to you?
You're a funny guy. Now get to the point or get lost.
You never liked Adam Sandler except for Happy Gilmore. The chances of a sequel being good are slim. Yeah, I mean, I suppose I don't give it a whole lot of opportunity. A lot of revivalist series tend to bomb.
Well, look, I appreciate the gesture, but
So that's kind of useless. I guess we don't have anything there. Let's see.
well, look, Emily never mentioned anything about a puzzle box. Can't say I've heard of it.
Not a diss Sandler, but you feel like Gilmore is so super 90s that it can't see it transferring over to today. Yeah, it's actually very true. That's one of the things about Sandler's and even Smith's earlier stuff, like the 90s through late 90s. It's, they played a lot on the cultural moments at that time. So unless it's something that has remained somewhat universal or has carried on into this day and age, most people would probably be lost on those jokes. It's like watching Naked Gun. We watch Naked Gun, and I'm like, good God, you almost have to be a history major to understand some of those jokes. Because otherwise, you just wouldn't remember all of the little details.
I wish I could help you.
It's funny. It's just that that's the issue, Okay, so he doesn't have anything I can make use of. How about we go to Crazy Gary? You watch Naked John. What's that? Things would be fine if they would let the writers just write what they feel instead of checking boxes to please the 1%. Honestly, you've got some accuracy in that statement. That's an easy statement to be taken for other motivations, largely tying into politics. But ultimately, yeah, if people could just make the art they want to make instead of make the art that they tell them is going to sell, they'd be a lot happier as artists. Naked John? Wait, Naked Gun. It's a Naked John.
And
Wait,
those
what?
who have committed this iniquity will be visited.
You cannot know the depth of my shame when I learned that I had, albeit unintentionally, abetted a criminal. I prostrate myself before you, metaphorically, and restate unequivocally my willingness to rejoin any and all of your queries.
Sounds good to me.
Yes, your ignorance is regrettable.
Yes, I know him. He came to me bearing a bottle of exquisite scotch. In exchange, I was to watch to see what deliveries were made.
That's right. So we actually did go into detail with him on stuff.
The fetid aroma. A name.
How did Kilgore find time to accept this role in this game? Well, it was the 90s. He might have had a little more free time. I don't know exactly when he was working in video game stores, but I got the impression it was mid-90s, which would be a time that this game came out, so maybe? That was a young Kilgore, yeah. I don't know. I know he streamed this at least a couple of times on his own channel or on Twitch or GogCom, pardon me. I wonder if he's had that comment brought up. I guess I'm sure he has. Wait, I just put in disc 2. Now you want me to put in disc 1, and I hadn't even got in the building yet. Jeez, game.
Uncle Sam wants to see you.
Oh, man, this isn't about those parking tickets.
Shut up.
All right. My new acquaintance is a good deal less cordial than the police were earlier. I'm thrown into the back of a black Avatar speeder. A few minutes later, we fly into the industrial sector and land by a familiar building. Auto Tech. I'm led inside, straight to Jackson Cross's office.
Welcome, Mr. Murphy. Please make yourself comfortable. Do you know where you are?
Yeah, Shorty, I agree with you. I see them purely as art, and I think a lot of people don't want to see, especially people who are, I guess, publishing these for sale, don't want to see them as art, because if they see them as art, they'll feel obligated to protect what's there. But they have a different obligation, and it's not to protect the art, it's to protect what they can make off of that art, and that's the unfortunate side to it. I'm not saying they shouldn't make money off of it. I mean, if you created it, just like Spielberg doing with E.T. and going back in the 90s and airbrushing out all of the guns of the military at the end of the movie and replacing them. I forget what they replaced them with, but things like that. It's like, come on, man. I get that you've changed your mind about how things were, but you know what? That was who you were 20 years before. Why are you changing your personality for that? Work calling guy a shield. I'm sorry. I had to kind of do a 30-minute, actually not even really 30 minutes, like 20 minutes yesterday, because we had a meeting yesterday about the company sale. But in any case, yeah, it's like the Louvre deciding that they wanted to completely redo the Mona Lisa because it's the colors have become muted and bland, and it's nowhere near as exciting as it was, hundreds of years ago. It's like, seriously? Cleaning it up and keeping it the way it was just to make sure that it doesn't degrade any further and protecting what's there is one thing. I mean, that I get. I even to a certain degree understood Ted Turner's desire to colorize old films back in the 80s and 90s when he kept going over like Three Stooges and stuff like that. It's like, I kind of get where you're coming from, but this was how it was presented. Why are we changing it? Even back then, I'm like, why are we changing it? Yeah, Mona Lisa beer knockers. Sucks that people feel so strongly about things that they feel the need to change old art. And I'm not even getting into other motivations. I'm just talking about the actual owners of the IP, which is another issue I have with stuff that is well beyond the original creators' lifespan. You've seen the Mona Lisa in the Louvre. It's not exactly exciting now. I mean, I get it. I've seen good pictures of it, and yeah, I mean, it's awesome. And if you see, I will say, Winter Slice, if you see, there's pictures of one of his apprentices' versions of the Mona Lisa. One of Da Vinci's, is it Da Vinci? Anyway, one of his apprentices' actual painting of it. And you need to find it. I forget who it was, but it was covered up by another painting, and they removed the original painting. And when you look at that one side by side to the original, the colors are astounding because it was protected for hundreds of years. And, once that paint was removed, you could see almost exactly what the original Mona Lisa would have looked like. Maybe not quite with the same brushstrokes, but as close as you'll ever get. It's deceptively tiny, and there's always a massive queue in front of it. Of course there is, Winter Slice. You were shocked to see how small the painting is. Yeah. Yeah, it's not some big, huge portrait, that you'd find hanging over a couch. It's just a small picture. It's But I encourage you to look it up, because when you see it, you will be blown away. The details in the veil, for example, you can actually see the weave painted into the veil. It's really amazing what he did. So I can only imagine what it looked like back in the day. But my point here is that you don't modify it. It looks the way it does because of age. And there is a huge deal about keeping the original patina of ancient works or even antiques, just keeping that patina. It's part of what people recognize. Anyway, let's see what we have here. State the obvious.
In your office?
That's correct. Do you know who I work for?
Afraid irresponsible past finally caught up. Oh, God.
Well, can I have 3 guesses?
This guy's a real joker, isn't he? Mr. Murphy, did you ever hear of the Graham Act? That's an executive order that was enacted about 40 years ago when the United States was having trouble with terrorist groups. It gives our agency carte blanche when dealing with internal security matters. So don't dick with me, Murphy. I'll pull out my gun and blow your face off.
Oh, my God. I think I know who this is. I think I know who this is just by the voice, but it almost doesn't look like him. Don't trust that man. He couldn't shop Joshua in War Games. Or he couldn't stop Joshua in War Games. I don't know what his name is. The only winning move is not to play, yeah.
Now I know who you work for. You work for the IRS.
Get this guy out of here. Make it painful.
I wish I could get this guy's name. And I don't think it's who I think it is. Timid, you should be working, and you're chatting here. You're very bad at lurking.
Incoming ads for
tell me
you
about it.
non-subscribers. Use your Twitch Prime now.
Oh, is it really? Okay. Yeah, I don't see them listed in the credits. Huh. I'll figure him out when I get a name for his character. Barry something. Is it Barry? It's not Dag Horton, because that's the guy we threw off the roof. You say it's Barry Corbin? I don't even see him listed in the credits. Oh, there he is. Not bad. Yeah, I thought that was his voice. Oh, man. Okay. Wow. So, yeah, this guy's been in a lot of stuff. And I didn't catch his face at first, but yeah, I remember him most recently from The Ranch, playing Dale Rivers, the veterinarian. That's pretty funny. His voice is what gets me. Also recognize him from Better Call Saul. If I'm not mistaken, he was in that too. Yeah, Better Call Saul. He played Everett Acker, which was this guy who would not sell his land to the bank. And what's her name? Saul's girlfriend was like really trying to push him to sell. Same guy. That's funny. You love Better Call Saul. Yeah, Saul was awesome. Saul was such a well-written show. It really was.
I am making many new friends in Britannia.
Oh, the actor is the voice is what's really familiar for him. Hey, thank you very much for that follow. Welcome to the channel. Probably your favorite show ever. Ooh, big one. All right.
Look, I've got connections at the police department. They're not going to let you get away with this.
Well, the cops will find you, all right. Unfortunately, they'll decide it was suicide.
You like the ranch? Bo reminds you of it. Oh no! I killed Tex. Wait, what? So I can't threaten the guy. That sucks. That was an unexpected death. That was very much a Roberta Williams-ish type death.
Bastard.
Okay, that was kind of lame, let's be honest. No! You're kidding me! Oh, son of a biscuit. Man, I gotta go through all this crap again.
You're dead.
Bollocks! Bollocks! Bollocks!
Well, at least I know what it was. I didn't do anything else to gain any points, so I know that this is where we need to go.
My new acquaintance is...
Okay.
In your office? Well, I'm not sure. But it's probably an acronym.
Cross's bomb squad an expert negotiator off of Bitterman's resume.
Well then, I guess you work for the NSA.
Bravo! Give the man a big cigar. Now to the next question. Do you know why you're here?
Hey, thank you for the 30 big rye bits. Make a good guess and an excuse.
Might have something to do with the guy who fell off the roof.
Your actions contributed to the death of an NSA agent. Not to mention the small matter of interfering with an NSA investigation.
Use your Twitch Prime now.
Now you've got 1 minute to tell me all you know, or you'll find yourself the latest victim of the Graham Act.
All right, let's leave it at this. We'll find out what answer we should give him next when we return from these little messages. So, be right back. Don't go anywhere. Thank you, Mr. or Mrs. Anonymous Gifter, or Ms. I appreciate that. And Shorty Straw, I hope you enjoy it. Enjoy your ad-free experience while you're trying to lurk. You decided to try to give Colossal Cave 3D a try today. 5 minutes, and you got stuck on such a stupid puzzle, you don't think you're going to try any further. Oh, well, that's unfortunate, Atreides. My philosophy, I mean, and this is mine. This isn't anybody else's. Well, I don't know. I guess Kilgore's kind of said similar in the past. But if you're not having fun with a game, but the rest of the game is interesting, maybe try just a walkthrough to get past it. I mean, every game has a lousy puzzle. I just dealt with one here, right? I would rather have better puzzles, but they can't all be perfect, right? This is way too exciting. All right, so let's see. I don't know whether to tell part of the story, the whole story, or exercise a privilege. I'm going to go with part of a story.
A girl hired me to find out who was stalking her. I kept an eye on her place. I saw your guy in her apartment. I chased him to the roof. He pulled out a gun. He tried to shoot me. We struggled and he fell.
We've known for some time that high-level drug deals were going on at the Fuchsia Flamingo. That night, a shipment of euphoria was to be delivered. We had our agent at the girl's apartment to make the bust. Her life was never in any danger. You screwed up. I know that you're still holding something back. What is it?
All right, give me just one quick second, sorry. You're going to do puzzles. Hey, Strider. Very brief chair stream, sorry. All right. Oops. Well, that was fun. .6'7" and his brother's 6'5". Tiny boys in American numbers. Wait, what? Who's that? What are you talking about? Even a couple of your humble indie games were more popular than the new Colossal Cave. Yeah, I didn't really anticipate that the Colossal Cave remake would become some big, major, popular thing. Chris and Kevin. Yeah, I was going to say, I knew Chris Jones was pretty tall. Winter Slice, I can't tell you how much I thank you for that. I really can't. Oh, man, that's getting hot. It's too freaking hot for all that hair. Especially fake hair, which is even hotter. Okay, let's see. Ask for leniency.
Great hat, man.
Bald, thank you.
I didn't ask to get mixed up in this case. I'm just a small-time PI. And all I want to do right now is get out of your hair and go back to doing what people do when they're alive.
So that's it. There's nothing more you want to tell me.
Pay a nice compliment.
Just one thing. I really like your tie.
Thanks. I'd loan it to you. Except there won't be enough left of you to put it on.
Oh, man, he hung me. Ah, crap. Death by dialogue. This guy is the worst. I think I know how to get through this. I'm just being difficult with the dialogue. I think I just need to tell him everything But I think my goal is to not let him know about the box. If I can keep the box secret, it might not be a big deal. Store's kind of hanging around. Let's listen to what he has to say at the beginning again.
Welcome, Mr. Murphy. Please make yourself comfortable. Do you know where you are?
Okay, I guess he didn't say anything. Let's see.
In your office? Well, I'm not sure.
That is a big trench coat.
Probably an acronym.
Yeah.
Well then, I guess you work for the NSA.
Bravo.
Okay. Make a good guess and an excuse. How low is the chair?
Might have something to do with the guy who fell off the roof.
Could be perspective, too.
Your actions contributed to the death of an NSA agent. Not to mention the small matter of interfering with an NSA investigation. Now you've got 1 minute to tell me all you know, or you'll find yourself the latest victim of the Graham Act.
And this guy here, Corbin, he's actually exactly my height, but Chris Jones is like 6'5" or 6'7" or something like that. Gore was fine in pixel graphics games, but FMV was another story. Ah, yeah. Bravo. Okay.
A girl hired me to find out who was...
We know that. Let's pretend I've come clean.
Jeez, I've told you everything I know and then some.
So that's it. There's nothing more you want to tell me about.
I guess I don't have a choice but to tell him about the box, but I'm going to go with eager to leave because to pay a nice compliment got me killed.
No. Can I go now?
Sure you can. Take him.
Make it clean. Dead again. Wonder what the most goriest FMV is. That's a good question. There's a lot of horror FMVs. A lot of mystery FMVs that include murders. I'm gonna save it right. I guess I don't really need to save it right here. It's not like I have to go that far.
My new acquaintance.
New age class clarification? Yeah. Maybe something with phantasmagoria. Yeah, that's another possibility, yeah.
Literally or metaphysically?
Let me rephrase the question. Do you know who I work for?
We don't discuss the second one. Or Harvester, does that count as an FMV? I mean, I consider it an FMV. Is it gorier? Maybe at the very end, it might. Yeah, it's FMV-ish. You'd have to kind of put a defining line on how far you can go with an FMV. Like, is it just the characters? Like, for example, Mortal Kombat? Or is it entire scenes cut and edited as if you were filming a TV show, not just a character? Say that to McCaw, he loves it. Wait, what? You don't think there was that gory ones, scary and weird ones? You were going to say MK? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I still think Harvester was one of the best adventure games as far as the gameplay is concerned, and the story is astoundingly good, but it is so twisted. You can hes my shield. Let's see, make things a little more fun. How about... see if we can trip him up.
Well, if it's about that student loan, I think you and I could work out a reasonable payment schedule.
I think that's our only breaks. After this, we have to answer carefully. So how about... Well, my gun blow your face off. Jeez. Now
I know who you work for. You work for the IRS.
And I'm dead.
Get this guy out.
Make it painful. All right. Actually, apologize quickly and completely.
Look, Mr. Cross, I'm sorry. I joke around when I get nervous. I'll try and control it. You're with the NSA, right?
The most...
Bravo.
Oh, wait.
Give the man a big cigar.
The most full-motion video footage in a video game is 42 hours, 57 minutes, 52 seconds. Wow, that's pretty specific. And was achieved for Not For Broadcast, produced by Not Games, as verified January 12th, January 2022. Or January 12th, January 22. Yeah. I struggle with the European orientation of it. So I did it both ways. You can't unhear him as Shepard in Mass Effect. His voice is so close. Who, this guy? He was Shepard in Mass Effect? Are you sure? Is that right? I was gonna say, I didn't think this guy was even in. He's been in a lot of stuff you're familiar with, movies and shows you probably watched, excuse me. He's not in a tremendous number of games, but he has a few in his history. He was in Command & Conquer Red Alert 2. He was General Ben Carville. Which means he was also in Command & Conquer Red Alert 2. It's the same character. Holy crap! Have I played the X-Files FMV? There it is. Yes, Peter Steves. That explosion and that clip. That was from a clip from it. I loved it. I need to do it again. I really enjoyed that game. That was a fun one. You knew it. Let's see. Do you know why you're here? Holy crap!
Are you trying to recruit me?
Well, let me refresh your memory. You remember the other night, up on the roof? The man you threw off was an NSA agent.
I didn't throw him off the roof. I can't help it if you hire clumsy people.
Your actions contributed to the death of an NSA agent. Not to mention the small matter of interfering with an NSA investigation. Now you've got 1 minute to tell me all you know, or you'll find yourself the latest victim of the Graham Act.
All right. So I've tried tell part of the story. I've tried exercise of privilege. I guess it's time to just go for the whole story.
Okay. I was hired to find a guy named Malloy. Turns out the girl at the Fuchsia Flamingos is wife. I was just trying to keep her alive so she helped me find the guy.
Yeah, I figured you knew about Malloy. And a little knowledge can be a very dangerous thing.
Well, the whole story was not the answer I should have given, apparently. You died. You are dead.
My new acquaintance is...
Hey, Blue Bounce. All right, let's see here. How about we just go straight to the core of it?
In your... Well, I'm not sure. Well then.
Bravo.
Okay.
Might have...
Your action.
I guess the only option I have is either tell part of a story. What was exercise of privilege?
Sorry, Cross. But that would be a violation of the sacred PI client confidentiality.
I've had just about.
Yeah, okay. So that is death. I thought I tried that one. I guess I had. And what is D30? I don't know that one. Ripper I know because we played that one. But I don't know D30. FMV horror film? Okay. So it looks like make a good excuse, tell part of the story.
We've known for...
I've tried these. I didn't do it. Damn it. Where was it? There's a point where I can tell him about the box. You stacked all these text bodies on top of each other who you could climb the pile all the way to the roof. That's the truth.
My new...
Okay, first things first. Let's just go ahead and save it here so we can just... Oh, no. We'll save it here. Increment and save. Let's see. Interrogation by jerk. Let's see. State the obvious. New age clarification.
Literally or... Well, I'm not sure.
Make an excuse. Let's tell part of the story this time. Pretend I've come clean. And now we got to let him in on the box. I've tried everything else, and this is the only other option I haven't tried.
Oh, well, there is one more thing. Your agent found a small metal box at the Flamingo.
Jerk death by chocolate.
Well, you do have it. You should have said so in the first place. Now, do you want to tell us where it is?
Well... Oh, keep it for insurance. If they don't know where the box is, that means that they can't kill me because they would have to just give up the location. They would have to give up on searching for it. They'd never find it. So maybe either bargain or keep it for insurance. Lie about it, yeah. Well, I can't lie about it. I've got hand it over, bargain or keep it for insurance.
I don't think so. It appears to be my only bargaining chip.
That's where you're wrong, my friend. I guess we'll just have to find the box without you.
Bam! And I'm dead. Okay, so that didn't work. Unless they take you with them, yeah. Okay. State the obvious.
In your office?
Narrow it down. Get to the point.
Well then.
Bravo.
Make an excuse.
Your action.
Tell part of the story.
No.
Now then, I'm just going to save. I'm going to overwrite. Or maybe overwrite, I guess not. Did it not work? I don't understand what happens. Oh, God, this is such a weird save system. There we go. Okay. Pretend you've come clean. Let him in on the box.
Oh,
try to bargain, because last time I tried to keep it for insurance.
Will you cut me a deal?
Oh, I'm not much of one for compromises, Mr. Murphy. Get me the box. I'll see what kind of mood I'm in.
Try to make a deal. Come on now.
Tell you what. You let me walk. I'll give you the box.
I guess you misunderstood me.
Okay, so he's just going to, no matter what, I got to give him the box. He's going to kill me no matter what. Yeah. Am I hitting cancel? Is that what it is? Because I didn't feel like I was hitting cancel.
Might have.
Tell part of the story.
No.
Pretend I've come clean. So let's try and save again. Let's see if it, because it didn't work. Normally it just works. Increments. Oh, wait, nope. Save.
Great hat, man.
There we go. Well, this should be interesting. Let's see. I once had hair. I did a really bad job of writing had, but anyway. Here you go, Pi. I once had hair, and it looked just like that. How does that work for you, huh? You remember old aeons ago taking photograph, and it shows I had hair on top. Oh, you're talking about me. I still have some. How much? Hey, coffee. 55 months? I wasn't a redhead, no.
Coffee Casual 723 just subscribed for 55 months.
Yeah, I'd have to show you. What's Doofus up to? Somewhere around here. Probably laying in front of the door or in the kitchen on a chair or something. I'm not sure where he is. He was laying on the scratching post till coffee got up. Sandy blonde, maybe, or light brown, depending. Somewhere in that range. Let's see. All right, let him in on the box.
Oh, well, there is one more thing. Your agent found a small metal box.
Yes, an off day. I thought that was the goofiest thing in the world.
So you do have it. You should have said so in the first place. Now, do you want to tell us where it is?
That cracked me up an off day. I'm like, why do you care? You know, it's like, if it offends you, don't join the channel. There's, you know, I don't want people to not be here, but, you know, if that's what it means. Let's see here. So I have it. Yes, hand it over, because I can't bargain and I can't keep it for insurance. So
I've got it right here. Take it.
So you beat us to the box. You impress me, Murphy. I'm going to do you the favor of a lifetime. I'm going to let you walk. But if I catch you meddling in NSA affairs one more time, I'm going to put a bullet right in your eyeball. Is that clear? Get this pukehead out of my office.
yeah,
I'll be watching you, Murphy.
exactly. Don't take yourself too seriously, or others for that matter, and have fun.
Yeah, this is good. You can drop me anywhere along here.
We will.
Literally. Yikes. He got tossed.
The NSA thugs are courteous enough to drop me off back at the Ritz. When I get to my apartment, I notice the door is slightly ajar. The government boys probably spent some time in my office looking for the box.
I bet you that's not all that's in his office. She's there. Who's that?
Hello.
I hope you don't mind. The door was open.
Well, I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long.
Nice place you got here. Decorate it yourself?
That's
No.
Tanya Roberts. I recognize
My
her voice.
housekeeper just started on Prozac.
Have a seat.
Well, thank you.
Don't tell me what to do.
Aren't you going to thank me?
You pulled my chestnuts out of the fire the other night, didn't you? I didn't get a chance to thank you because you left so quickly. I want to know why you did it.
Oh, I'm sure you have women doing all kinds of crazy things just to get your attention.
You don't know me very well, do you? When a woman pays attention to me, generally I'm so stunned, I don't do anything about it.
I doubt that very much. So you drink bourbon, huh?
Yeah, I can afford it.
Yamas.
Yamas. Sounds Greek to me.
That's Greek to everybody.
I knew that.
Mm-hmm.
So, Ms.
Madsen. Regan Madsen. But I'd prefer you call me Regan.
Okay, Regan. You can call me Tex.
That's not your real name. What is it?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Try me.
No,
Sorry.
He did.
I gotta know somebody pretty thoroughly before I come clean on that one.
Well, then, maybe you should get to know me pretty thoroughly. So where's the box?
Box. Yeah, I got lots of boxes. What size do you?
You know what I'm talking about.
I do not.
You like to play games, Tex. So do I. What's your angle?
I don't have an angle, Miss Madsen. My business is my own. I don't have a partner, and I don't like small talk. You're a very beautiful woman. Extremely beautiful woman. But that doesn't make any difference as far as I'm concerned.
Tough, too. I have a proposition for you. First of all, you should know, I didn't just stumble into this part of town by accident. I've been looking for somebody.
And who might that be?
Thomas Malloy.
I gotta find out about this guy. He knows all the beautiful women in town.
He's my father.
Oh, well, okay.
Oh.
I heard you were asking around about him, and I thought I'd see what you found out.
You said something about boxes.
Still playing the game? My father sent out several boxes lately. The NSA was closing in on him, and he started to panic. I'm not exactly sure what was in the boxes or however many he sent out, but whoever finds all those boxes is going to come into an ungodly amount of money.
So what's your proposition?
I've already got one of the boxes. You give me the one you have, and I'll cut you in on the deal. Help me locate the others, and we'll have more money than you ever imagined. That's my proposition, plain and simple. You'll probably want some time to think this over. Why don't you call me at this number when you're ready to talk?
All right.
Don't lose that number, Tex. I think we'd make a perfect fit.
Texie, don't lose my number.
Well, Regan Madsen sure knows how to make a first impression. Question is she on the level? There's no way to know if she's really Malloy's daughter or if she knows any more about the boxes than I do. I wonder if Fitzpatrick has any knowledge of the boxes, or Regan for that matter. There's a lot more involved here than just tracking down an old friend, and I'm right in the middle of it.
Okay, well, in that case, let's go ahead and save because that was a lot. Huh? Oh. Let's see. Left. Okay. Whoa. No mail, that's for sure. All right, so we can try calling Fitzpatrick and see if maybe he's got some new info. Since that was suggested. Might as well get disc 5 ready. Okay, let's see. Gordon Fitzpatrick.
So are we any closer to finding Dr. Malloy?
Maybe, kind
I'm confident that we're closer than when we started.
Excellent. Now what can I do for you?
Tell me all about what's going on, because I don't understand this.
Thomas had a daughter named Regan. She was very young when I knew her in China. I can't say that this Regan Madsen is Thomas's daughter. Intriguing. If you find this puzzle box, I'd like to have a look at it.
I tried to ask you about it before, but you said, no, I don't know what you're talking about. Now that the NSA took it away from me.
The name is...
So he doesn't really know anything else. So I guess that's the end of that conversation. See if she's got any new info for me.
This is Lucia Purnell. I'm not at my desk right now, but if you leave your name and vid phone number, maybe I'll get back to you.
Maybe I'll get back to you. So she's not there. Okay. You do rather miss the physical media, but man, I don't miss disc swapping. Yeah. And the nice thing is you don't need to worry about swapping discs in this game. If you do this in DOSBox, it will actually work just fine. You just configure it for multiple disk drives, and you point each of those disk drives to each of the ISO images that you created for each disk. So it's not a big deal. Then it'll never ask you. That's basically what GOG version does. Time to feed them cacos. How's it going there, Rev? How you doing, Rev Brown? They ransacked my apartment, but they didn't really ransack my apartment. They're like, this place looks like it's already been ransacked. Why would we do it again? Disc 1. Uh-oh. If we're going to disc 1, that means something's about to happen. There's a cutscene about to occur. Trying to make time. I can't see that to know what that is. Oh, it's coffee. Duke Donuts is, yeah. So disc 1 is a cutscene disc that occurs in sort of unusual locations. So when we put this disc in, that means we're about to run into a cutscene of something we haven't seen yet. Possibly. Of course, it lied to me this time. Five stream streak. How you doing, man?
Plant looks real.
So I guess maybe there isn't a cutscene in here. It's kind of weird because it's the first time it's done it this way. Wonder if you played all of disc 1 from the start and finish, what would happen? Well, it'll prompt you to put discs in. But what I found is that each disc seems to have its own purpose. For example, there is a cool feature they did with this, and I'm sure this was intentional. But let me show you. All right. So the silk screen, the printing on here is this is disc 5, and this is the VidPhone disc. Every single time we do a VidPhone conversation, it wants disc 5. And if you look at the printing, it's a picture of the VidPhone interface. Looks like Tanya Roberts there on the print. Then this disc 4 was when we went and talked to Jack, what's his name, Barry Corbin's character. That's the NSA building. That was the disc we had in there for that. Anytime we've had to have a conversation with Nilo, Louis, Chelsea, or Rooks, it requires disc 2. So if we go into the Ritz in the lobby and we talk to Nilo, it's going to ask for disc 2. And then the same goes for disc 3. If we talk to Mac Malden, Gus, or Crazy Gary, or any of those guys, they show up. So this is the disc it asks for. So you can kind of guess what it wants. But disc 1 was the very first disc we put in. That seems to only be asked for if there's a cutscene that is unrelated to the area. You're hungry for knowledge, yeah. But it's kind of cool. They clearly designed the covers for each of those discs for that purpose. Got to put in disc 7 every time you die. But there's only 6 discs.
These boxes.
Okay, I guess there's nothing here. There might be a cutscene that we haven't stumbled on yet. That's in this hallway. So let's just keep going down the stairs. You died. Delete the game. When you start optimizing your strat to avoid disc swapping. I mean, you legitimately could. You could actually try to make your movement choices to avoid disc swapping. Which, if somebody sped run this game using the discs and not the DOSBox version, I could absolutely see that being part of the strategy. Blacked out building, no identification. It's the NSA building, obviously, right? LFG. No, I haven't been LFG for years. See, look, disc 2. See, there's Nilo, right? And there's Nilo right there. And that's disc 2. So if we're going to talk to him and ask for that every single time, just use those towers where you don't need to swap the disc. Yeah, exactly. Get like a multi-disc changer. I mean, you could get like 3 and 6 CD changers for your computer back in the day. I remember seeing a 6 CD changer once that took up 2 5 1/4 bays. So it was like a double thick head unit. And I remember reading about it, and they were like, yeah, it's really hard to find a case where it fits because most of them have a little lip that comes out to just support the bottom of the drive, even if you've got screws in place, which seems kind of unnecessary, but I think it's really more there to aid installation than to hold it. So you'd have to bend those down.
That little senorita came by to visit you.
In order to get it to fit.
Tasty little keister.
Wow, what a scuzzball. Do I still use wires? Your disk switching is interesting. Tell me more about the dial-up modem sound, please. Chords. I mean, yeah, of course. You're joking. I figured you were. After you said, tell me about the dial-up thing, I was like, I get you.
I ain't familiar with that name.
Can't wait for the movie where Karate Master PC teaches the young student how to efficiently change discs through kung fu karate practice. No, that would just result in your computer being completely destroyed by one single swift stroke. How do you switch discs? The 2-inch punch to the disc drawer. Doesn't that kind of ruin it? Yes, buy digitally.
Nope.
3.5-inch
thing
punch.
About it.
That actually sounds a lot more interesting, using a floppy drive.
I ain't familiar with that. Nope.
So we haven't got anything there. Buff left, buff right, not in circles. Yeah, there you go. Always straight line. Never circle. Always straight line. All right, let's see if there's any new information for these folks. Disc 3. Why Disc 3? Because Gus. In fact, Emily's picture is not on this CD. She's not on that CD. I don't see Emily anywhere. That puts you at a power level over 9K. Let's try Gus first.
No thanks. Doesn't sound.
Let's talk to Emily.
I know. No, thank you.
She doesn't know anything about that. I guess she doesn't know anything about Regan either.
That's Thomas's daughter.
Hey.
She hates my guts. But I have no idea why.
Yeah, really, why? Why would she hate him? And that's going to make me change discs, I believe. No, we got the right disc in there. I think.
He lifted his voice and prophesied, in those days they shall pervert.
Yeah, we don't need to change discs this time. We actually got the right disc in the drive. Probably don't have anything to say to him, but he might. He can be informative at random
You
occasions.
cannot know the depth of my shame.
So we can't ask about inventory items. We can't ask about her.
No.
He doesn't know anything about her. We know he's going to talk about Dag.
Yes, I know him.
We already talked about him before.
Yeah,
Okay. So I wonder if Clint knows anything about her, Regan. I also need to see if Chelsea will talk to me. I haven't actually checked my map. Oh, man.
Oh, well, that makes me feel so warm inside.
Give him some almonds. I love it, Skyfall.
Now I'm kind of busy with all these customers, but I'll see if I can fit you in.
Nah, no thanks.
Well, look, I appreciate the...
Never heard of her. Being from Hinsville and not getting bad for being a hen. Oh. Nah. That's not a hint, that's a joke. I could tell that much. I suppose we should check travel. What options do we have now? Sandra Collins' house. Autotech. Oh, I didn't realize we could go there. Chandler Street. A lot there. What about North America? Nothing else there. So how about we go... Chelsea's not an option still. That was Horton's office, hallway, lobby. Sandra Collins. So we've already been here once. Did we miss something? See anything on the shelf? Although that plate or whatever in the bottom right corner has a 7 on it. Not sure if that's important. By the way, for all those who've ever listened to Sound Blaster Live's DOS drivers, this is and MIDI, this is the default MIDI for it. It's really not too bad. Why'd you want to go back to Autotech? Did you not get enough crashing the game? Hey, I managed to get past the crash on the roof trying to get to Dag Horton, so I don't know if there's anything I really can get here.
San Francisco Tech doesn't have any major sports teams. They probably wave these pennants during chess tournaments.
Take his king! Take his king! Okay, I don't think this is really where I need to be. Where am I? Well, you know what? Let's go here. Because we've already run into issues.
What can I do for you, Murphy?
With NSA.
You
can keep that. Of course I can.
She came down to the station and asked about you. It's a good thing she vouched for you, too, or you might still be a guest here.
Wow. We're smarter than the machine, no matter how many discs we have to insert.
Like I told you, we didn't find it.
But I found it.
We confirmed his identity before the NSA showed up. I don't know anything else about him. No can do, Murphy.
I guess that's everything I got because, yeah. Okay. I guess back to the Bruin Stew. Maybe he can tell me a little bit more. Disc 2, huh? Oh, yeah, that's got Louis on it.
Hey, let me buy.
We already went through all of that. Let's go with polite acceptance.
Well, only if you insist. Make it a big one, okay?
I heard you saved that girl up at the Flamingo. The least I can do for our local hero is to buy him a drink.
A day of internet content to CD? You mean like all the updates ever made on the internet over a 24-hour period? Man, I couldn't even begin to guess how many, probably petabytes or more that would be. In the 90s, you could probably measure it in gigabytes. Now it's probably just an enormous amount of data constantly flowing, especially with all the like bots running
Incoming
crap.
ads for you non-subscribers. Use your Twitch Prime now.
The least I can do is Yep. So we can try modesty.
She and I, we both got lucky.
Listen, Mike, if you don't give yourself credit, no one else will. So what else can I do for you?
Okay, we can try and ask him about some of this stuff. No thanks. Of course not.
I'm pretty sure I've... Sorry. Adam. That's the guy.
I guess...
Out of my...
I guess that pretty much...
I hope you ain't messing around with...
Ends it there. So there's nothing else in the inventory I can give him. I think I tried everything else. It doesn't seem to matter. He doesn't seem interested in it. What the heck am I looking for? We haven't been in the electronics shop, nor have we been in Rook's for a little bit. This guy never has a conversation. It's literally just for buying stuff. However, we haven't been in here in a while. Should put this on the bottom. It's starting to get annoying. There we go.
What would you like to know about?
Ooh, we can we ask about stuff that's not here? No?
This new rodent tracker has some features that weren't in the 8000 model.
So we can't really talk to him about anything, only stuff we can buy. That's the only thing he's still wanting to talk about, so I'm not even going to bother right now. What about Rooks? He sometimes has a conversation, but not often.
So, you saved the girl at the Flamingo and caught the man who attacked her. So I suppose you think you're some sort of a big shot.
Mock humility, yeah.
No. I'll still be as humble and down to earth as I've ever been.
Oh, that says a lot. Now what do you want?
If he wasn't such a jerk to him all the time, he might actually be able to have a conversation with him, but my God. Swap it, baby, one more time, yeah.
I don't want that.
Get that. I hadn't really bothered to just view that particular note, and that's where I get the phone number from, so maybe I should call her. This doesn't work.
You expect me to know about that?
Well, hopefully somebody had brought one in trying to pawn it or something, you know?
Of course I... How should I know who's that? Never heard the... Of course I've heard about it.
Okay.
I don't know. How should I know? Never heard...
You've never heard the name of the guy, and he's, like, in an office right next to you, so whatever. Go away, dude. Exit to Chandler. Let's take a look at the inventory. We'll examine this. 275-4490. So I guess this adds us to Texas office.
Incoming ads for you non-subscribers. Use your Twitch Prime now.
Yeah, I'm going to come over here and prompt the disk change. And then we'll go to the be right back for just a few minutes, and I'll be right back. What is it? It's 11 o'clock. Ooh. All right. All right, give me just a few minutes, and we'll be right back. right, thank you all for that. Welcome back, everybody. Dark Max. Ooh, another anonymous gift sub. Winter Slice, enjoy your ad-free experience. Just in time for his ad break. Yay! See? That's the best part, right? It's also Apple time. Actually. Let's talk to Regan. We've reached an action part, yeah.
Looks like Regan isn't home right now. I'll have to try later.
We're currently sitting at, was it day 4? I don't know how many days are in the game.
Hello, Mr. Murphy. How are your efforts progressing?
I have a few leads. Called to see if you could give me some additional information.
I'll be happy to tell you anything I know.
I don't think I'm going to get anything.
Intriguing. If you find this puzzle box, I'd like to have a look at it. I can't. Sorry. The name is new to me.
All right, I guess that's it for him. Lucia's probably still AFK.
This is Lucia.
It's a visitor's.
What else can we do?
Well, this is certainly an interesting design. I wonder what type of symbols these are.
Monkeys and bungholes, that's what? What is this, Beavis and Butthead? I don't suppose the Golden Gate Hotel is unlocked now, is it?
This place has been...
See if there's something behind the fuchsia flamingo. Disc 1. This might have been why it prompted me for it earlier. And I darn near went out in the alley anyway, I should have. So William Rowlands, all I gotta say is this. As far as I'm concerned, go with that.
What do I gotta do? Write fuck off and braille on your forehead? Get out of here.
Hey, Mr. Steel Rose. How are you doing this evening? Or this morning, actually, for me, anyway. Oh, wait. I could hear it rattling. What is that?
That looks like it could be the brown paper wrapper from the package Malloy sent to Emily. It's snagged up on the light post, though.
Maybe. There we go.
Oh, there's no return address or name. There has to be something here that will give me a lead to Malloy. Maybe I need to take a closer look.
Good catch. Yeah, I heard the rattling, and I was like, something doesn't sound the same. Something's different. Yeah, I had to, because you've seen the messages in Discord I posted a couple weeks ago. I got somebody that creates a new account every stream, and at some point actually posts the same nonsensical BS message. Hey dude, you're violent video games. Yeah, we're playing a really violent video game here. Seriously, whatever. Get out of my channel with that nonsense, you know? No. Just straight up harassment. Let's see. Yeah, generation will be my salvation, I hope. San Francisco Airmail Center, April 20th, 2043. Yeah, but now it's showing. Is it showing on your chat? What are you talking about? What's showing on my chat? You get harassed by companies wanting to lend me money once every weekend, at least. And probably that prince that keeps saying that he needs your help. If they only spent that energy to improve themselves instead of being... Yeah, exactly, Darkmax. Instead of being a complete bonehead about it. Or they want to take over your existing loan for a better rates, of course. A lot of stamps on this. Does it say 40 bucks? What? I think that stamp says 40 bucks. Minimum archive showed up on your chat screen above your webcam. How? I know now it is YouTube, but are you using some service that allows both Twitch and YouTube to show up? It's not really supposed to show up on the stream. However, I typed a command into the YouTube channel for Mix It Up, so that's probably why. Mix It Up just responded to it. Hummicker, you know what? I made a comment about that a couple of years ago. I said, if these idiots would stop sending these extremely overpriced, heavyweight, highly glossy, like super wide color frequency range flyers for this crap, trying to get people to vote for them and actually take that money and give it to the homeless, they'd probably get better results. Because otherwise, it's a literal waste of money. And resources. I want to know what that stamp says, but I don't know how to clean it up.
So, the microdot on the wrapper contains a PB meter number. Probably some kind of postal code. Must identify which post office the package was sent from. Now I just need to find someone who would know which post office that is.
Didn't even make it to the in the house, straight to the trash bin. If I had my choice, coffee does that too, yeah. I had my choice, that's the first thing I'd do. I don't care which side it's for. As soon as I get in, it's like, I already know what's going on. I'm just going to toss it. I don't need you spending $10 on a flyer to try and convince me. Yeah, each. It's just really annoying. It's like, this time of year, people, come on, give us a break. Especially the past couple of political seasons. Jesus. I got to admit, that was the first really good apple I've had in a long time. And not because I haven't tried. I've just had a lot of bad luck getting good apples lately for some reason. Maybe fingerprints on the envelope, maybe too many, though. Yeah, I'm not sure. It looks like this is what we're looking for. So, PB meter 3887412. Let's see, is there anything else? Does the bot sending ads about Ukrainian women and similar know who it is married? Does married men get them as often as I do, I wonder? I've never gotten one before. No idea. Maybe it does know when people are married, so it doesn't send them to married people. Who knows? That is an unusual postal code. I mean, I get this is 2043, but the postal code system is so robust. There's a total of 5 plus 4 digits. I can't imagine we would ever run out of them actually being able to create new postal locations. I'd have to be pretty enormous. Well, the postal code system here works like this. All postal codes are 5 digits, and the first number depicts when that particular location was, I guess, originally added to the nation. So 1 is mostly in the New England area. Georgia is 3. So's Florida. And then the further west you get is when it starts going to like 5 and 6 and 7. And California and Hawaii and Alaska are all 9. That kind of thing. 941, yeah. Oh, Avoozle. Hey, no problem, man. Thank you so much. You'll see us tonight. Awesome. Or in your case, in the morning. But get some rest, Avoozle. We'll see you soon. Thanks for being here. Yeah, 5 plus 4 for more specific divisions. Yeah, so once it gets to a particular zip code, then those 4 digits, in particularly population-dense areas like, say, Atlanta or LA or New York City or something like that, it gets really crucial because that will actually subdivide the specific location to where that package will be shipped out from to the actual recipient. Most of New England starts... Yeah, thank you. Most of New England starts with a 0, and then it moves into 1. Let's see. Isn't Virginia 1? I can't remember. But if you look at the postal code map for the U.S., you'll understand because the East Coast was the first 13 colonies were part of the original U.S. map. And then as the expansion grew westward, you'll start seeing that those numbers start to increment higher. The interesting fact is the zip code system didn't come about until mid-1800s, mid to late 1800s or something like that, and had something to do with the fact that everywhere in the country that was expanding westward wanted to make a Dodge city. And the post office is like, enough of the Dodge cities. We don't know which Dodge city you want us to send this to. Even in the same state, there might be like 10 different Dodge cities. Like, why Dodge? It wasn't even a car company at that point. All right, I think we have what we need. So that must have been what the noise was, because I bet you that it really intended you to go up, come out of the window up here, which I don't think it's this one. Is it that one? No, it's not that one. It's the next window. And yeah, this window here. Nope. Or is it this one? Maybe you can't go out the window anymore. Oh, it's actually at the very top. I bet you it would have been, like, right down there below. Yeah, it's interesting U.S. lore. I don't know how true all of that is as far as, like, the Dodge City thing, but that's what I had remembered reading about. I looked it up one day because I was really curious, like, really, how did this come about? It's such a logical kind of system. And in that same reading, anybody who's ever read anything about U.S. history, especially early history, the Pony Express apparently was an extreme failure and like complete and total financial disaster. And then, of course, the U.S. Postal Service was created to replace it, and that actually became one of the most efficient businesses in the country, if not one of the most efficient in the world, and really had been up until the 80s. And then they started trying to break it off, and certain groups want to turn it into a privatized business because, you know, privatized means they can break it out to the public and give stocks and crap and make money off of it that way for their buddies. But you know how that goes. That never turns out well, does it? All right, anyway, let's see. We've got a brown wrapper now. I wonder if I can ask him. Oh, wait, we can ask Emily about it. Hang on a second. You're just going to bring up USPS as the oldest running legal financial institution? I didn't know that. It's also one of the more powerful police departments within the U.S., too. They will not only arrest your butt, they'll do it in force. In fact, one particular highly sensitive individual, let's just say he's really sensitive in a lot of ways, they actually went after his team. The only way they could actually get him was to send the post office, because apparently they were concerned that the FBI was actually in his pocket. Used to have the FBI Most Wanted books in there. Yep. And if you think about it, you can probably guess who I'm referring to, whose team that is. Let's talk with Emily first. This was her.
Please tell me you got good news.
Not yet. I just need to check out a few more details with you.
Okay. NSA is entertaining. Yeah, exactly. Oh, here we go. PB meter.
I haven't heard anything about that.
So where would we find that information? Maybe I can get it from Lucia? We'll try Gus.
Don't know.
Sorry. He's real nice to us now. Ever since we saved his girlfriend's life, he's like really nice to us. Gee, I wonder why. What happened to his nose? He's a mutant? Like in Fallout, he's a mutant. It's about the only real parallel that Fallout and Tex Murphy have, but it's the same kind of scenario. Nuclear war. Disc 5, you don't say. You know, back in the day, this would have been just normal. You really wouldn't think much of it. People's noses take a, nosedive in the future, it seems. They don't have...
Looks like Regan isn't home right now.
They don't have
I'll
plastic
try
surgeons
later.
in 2043. I think she's probably going to be, like, not there.
This is Lucia Purnell.
That's...
Please.
Let's see. Ask about PB meter.
I can't help you with that.
Of course not. I guess fish lips finally went out of fashion. Oh no.
Sorry, I'm afraid that's unfamiliar to me.
I wouldn't be upset if it did. I mean, I get the Julia Roberts and the Angelina Jolies and the Mick Jaggers here, but doing it by blowing your lips up like a freaking balloon, come on now. No offense, but it is a bit odd. Who would know about? I bet you Crazy Gary probably knows about the PB thing. Mac Malden might? You don't get the thing wanting to look like a monkey bum in the face, yeah. I've never been huge on cosmetics. I mean, to each of their own, right? I'm not going to knock it if people want to do it. That's entirely their thing. But some of the extremes that people go through, unless you're trying to achieve something exceptionally unique, being an artist on yourself is one thing. Hey, Otaku, how you doing?
Hey,
Ahoy to
Mike.
you.
Chelsea called a while ago.
Ooh.
Wanted me to say hi. So what's going on?
He's not allowed to talk to Chelsea for some reason.
I don't know anything about that. Sorry, Mike.
Okay, so that's not any good. Is travel an option now? Can we go see Chelsea? No? No. Has anything changed at the cabin, perhaps? Has anyone here tried the new Oregon Trail? Otaku, you know what? I remember hearing something about it a couple of weeks ago. And I don't know why his name is coming to mind, but it seemed like Darksaber may have. Somebody, I swear, I remember seeing somebody in GogCom talking about it at one point, and they played it, or were talking about playing it, maybe. I just don't remember who. Let's see if anything's changed in the cabin.
Someone must have been here regularly.
He played the release stream on GOG. Okay, maybe that's what it was. I
Nice
just
story.
remember kind of lurking in there for a bit because I was like, ooh, look.
This must be Mr. Wright, the owner of the cabin.
I wonder which developer this is. Like, who on the team is this photograph?
It's an interesting picture. Some sort of ancient temple.
It's actually Mount Doom. If you look closely, you'll see Frodo. Sam pushing him along. Okay, it doesn't look like anything's changed in here that I can tell. Is there something on the table here? Alright, I guess we're... Do. Let's try Mac Malden. He might have something about this.
What can I do for you, Murphy?
He's not exactly rude to me every single time now.
That's the code for the post office in the Mission District.
Aha! The Mission District. Post office, here we go. What disc do you want? Disc 1. Oh, yeah. Hey, Stephen Malowski, how you doing?
Want a hint? That's right, you stupid son of a bitch!
Don't need one yet.
I land my speeder outside the post office Mac referred me to. The counter help fails to live up to its name, but a professional loiterer working outside seems to recognize Malloy in the photo. For half a pack of smokes, he suggests I check out several boarding houses in the area. After pounding the pavement for over an hour, I arrive at a quaint brownstone called the Garden House.
Okay, wait a minute. So, that's weird.
Hello there. What can I do for you?
She is very familiar. Hmm. No, that's not. Oh, okay. It's not anybody. In fact, this looks to be the last thing she did. This is her last work. 1996, she passed in 2005, so it's not from the fact that she passed shortly afterwards. She only has like 4 items: Teenage, Bonnie and Clyde, pardon me, Double Jeopardy, TV movie, and the Zodiac Killer. Oh my God, 1971. All right, let's see. Little white lie, big black lie, or get down to brass tacks. You just wanted to know if it was worth it. Looks neat from the trailer, but you want feedback. A hint: if you get stuck right in, 2 guys with guns break in your office. Oh, wait, really? Actual writer's block advice from Dashiell Hammett? That's funny. If you get stuck right in, 2 guys with guns break into your office. Maybe she's grandma on one of the devs. Yeah, I don't know. She's got 4 things in her credits, but it goes back to 71. This is the last. So really, she's got like 25 years.
Looking for a man named Thomas Malloy. Is he staying here?
Let me think. No, none of my guests is named Malloy.
He might be using the name Tyson Matthews.
Oh, heavens, yes. He moved in last week. Such a nice man.
Well, I know he seems very nice, but he's really a sick man. You know, nuts. He's got a terrible case of Murphy Bar syndrome.
What is Murphy Bar syndrome? I know he's making it up.
My goodness, he seems so lucid.
Let's see. Let's cut to the chase.
Yeah. Well, speaking of, where is the old codger?
He's not here right now. I'll tell him you came by looking for him. You can try back tomorrow. Have a nice day.
Wow.
Well, that didn't go very well. Maybe I should try it again.
So she just forgets that I was there?
Looking for a man.
Let me think.
He might be using the name Tyson Matthews.
Oh, heavens.
Well, I know he...
My good.
Yes.
That's the
I'm
scary
so
part.
sorry.
No. It's just so hard to see Uncle Thomas turning into a horrible zombie of a man.
God.
Wish you, my nephew. Your uncle's not in right now, but I'll let you into his room. You can wait for him up there. Okie dokie?
Acting. I mean, he did better than Lucia. I'll just say that. Time to be snooping. That's the entrance, I guess, where we came into the room. There's a book on this nightstand. Let's check out this roll top.
Cosmic Connection magazine. I seem to remember Fitzpatrick saying something about this. Looks like a business card.
Hey, look, more VidPhone phone numbers, I guess.
Nothing to find here.
Oh, wait.
A solid
Oh, okay. That music did that. It threw me off.
Nothing to find here. Nothing to find. Oh,
Would you switch over? Oh, I can't open that one? There we go.
nothing to find here.
Ooh.
It's an envelope addressed to someone named...
Holy crap! Is this game heavy on pixel hunting? No, Raziel. It's really not too bad. Hey, Kyle, welcome in. I like that. Kyle and Error 13. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, Raiders. How are you doing today? How was your stream? What were you? Oh, you were playing Beast Within, Gabriel Knight Mystery. Nice. What do you think of it? Have you been asking about voodoo? Have you got an answer about voodoo? Because I never got an answer about voodoo in that game. They told me a lot about Gree and hexes and all kinds of stuff. But I never got a question. I never got a good answer to voodoo. Welcome in, everybody, with Kyle's Raid. My name is Bitterman, and we're currently playing Tex Murphy, Pandora Directive. And this is heavy disc swapping game. It's 6 CDs, and it makes you change discs regularly. But it is an FMV. It's a fantastic detective story. Not too much unlike Gabriel Knight. Yeah, Cabri-san Core, yeah. You finished GK a little while back. Was checking out some random games from your backlog tonight. Nice. Nice. What kind of, anything, is it particularly just retro games? Do you have a particular era or genre or franchise that you prefer?
Nice fireplace. All I need now is a stack of wood and Jane Mansfield. This plant looks well cared for. The landlady must give it lots of love.
I mean, this is a pretty fancy room, to be fair.
Well, his bedspread's the most startling thing in the whole room.
You mostly done challenge runs or more modern things, but getting back into point and clicks and really enjoying it. Nice. Well, if you want to go back just a little bit further in style, there's a game that came out just over 2 weeks ago by the name of The Crimson Diamond on Steam. You should check it out. It's done in the style of old Sierra games from the late 80s. Really has a lot in common with Colonel's Bequest. And it's fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic. Let's see. Actually, should I? You actually won a copy of that in a coloring contest, if you believe it. I mean, I believe it. I know Julia's been hyping it pretty hardcore. It's been a labor of love for her. She's been working on it for years. So I can imagine she's probably got all kinds of little promos and other stuff going on trying to get people interested in it because it's kind of unique.
It's all locked up.
Ooh, a CD.
A disc. I'll bet whatever's on here will get me a lead. I can run it on the computer back at the office.
Look, another phone number. You caught some of her streams? Incredible project. Yeah, exactly. I think she said she's going to work on a sequel too. Ooh, since it's getting such high praise. Yeah, I mean, I think she could pull it off. She did a fantastic job with it. If she can put the same passion into the sequel as she put in the first one, there's no doubt it'll be a good game. None whatsoever. But again, just to answer that question from earlier, this is not really a big pixel hunting game. This is one of those games where if you look carefully, you can sometimes see stuff that stands out. If you're familiar with, television programs like, Scooby-Doo, the old Scooby-Doo, you'd see him running down a hallway, and the background would have a particular color palette, and then all of a sudden you'd see one, like, bookshelf or something that's matted in on top of that background, and it doesn't really look like it fits in the background properly because of the way it's matted in or the colors. And at some point that's going to move. It's pretty much how this works. Sometimes you can pick up on those. So if you think you're stuck on something, you might just need to look more carefully. It might be relatively small, but they do sometimes stick stuff in like the corner of a room or under a bed or, something like that. You have to look for
Book of puzzles. Maybe it has some word searches in it.
Ooh.
I love word searches.
What about cryptograms? I love those. This might actually be an inventory puzzle game.
A collection of
anagrams.
the Bay City
Oh my
Mirror's
God.
daily anagram puzzles. If I ever really get stuck on an anagram, at least I've got a connection at the newspaper.
You actually played this back in the day, but you're hoping to check it out again at some point in the future. So you'll raid and run to avoid spoilers. No problem. If you don't, I don't know if you have this currently, but if you get it, if you played it back when it came out, obviously if you still got the discs, it is a bit tedious with the disc swapping. You can actually just play it in DOSBox. It'll work great. Link to all of the ISOs. Yeah, there you go. What would you rather play on stream first? Dark Souls or Baldur's Gate 2? I'd rather do Baldur's Gate 2. I've never played Dark Souls. I've tried playing Dark Souls 2, and I couldn't get the controller to work properly. It just was giving me all kinds of problems.
Whoever took these photos hasn't given up their day job.
But it's been years since I've tried it, probably 5 or 6 years or more. You borrowed it off of a friend, so you got it on GOG, thankfully. Nice.
Nice painting. If you go for dull landscapes.
You don't think I'd like Dark Souls? I don't know. I mean, I'd be willing to give it a try. I know the deaths would be constant, the constant frustration, but it's also a matter of understanding that that's actually part of the game mechanic.
No, the lights keep this room nicely lit.
So if I can learn to accept that, I don't think it will really bother me too much.
Nice tree. The wood from this could get quite a blaze going in the fireplace.
What a terrible thing. Streaming Dark Souls is sheer troll bait. You like Fallen Order, though. It's Dark Souls-like. Yeah, in fact, I streamed Fallen Order. I actually streamed that on the old GTX 970, and boy, it was kind of a slideshow on the stream because, well, that video card was capable of running the game at the lowest settings on that old i2600 or i7 2600K that it was on, but when streaming it
After I finish searching Malloy's room, I wait around for a couple of hours to see if Malloy shows up, but he doesn't. The only thing I can follow up on right now is the disc I found in the envelope addressed to Elijah Witt. I should be able to run it on my computer back at the office.
So I think what happened was I just clicked the last thing in the room that needed to be looked at.
Yeah, it's just a basic disc.
And I guess it's telling me I've got everything I need. So how about we travel back? Actually, where's this computer room? There it is. But you know what? I wouldn't mind redoing Fallen Order. It's been probably 4 years since I played it. Dark Souls is an amazing game, but the community has some crappy elements to it, good elements too, but when it comes to streaming, it just seems to attract the backseaters en masse. Yes, I get that. That's a fear with Dark Souls. The crazy thing is that's what happened to me last night with Resident Evil 2. I don't know. I can't remember if you were in there or not. But, I did have one person that constantly kept telling me over and over and over, oh, just go over there and burn this. Move that. Oh, don't forget that. It's like, come on, man. Give me a break. You're actually working on a hitless run of Dark Souls at the moment, but you've missed most of the trolls, thankfully. Yeah, right. Oh, Malloy's disc. There we go. Use. That's why streaming The Surge and other Souls-like is the winning move. Good games that no one's played. Enter security code now? What code? Is that the security code? It's not often that it makes you actually write something down, but it does sometimes. Someone was like that to me. I'd time them out first time. If that does not work, banhammer. Yeah, on the third one, I just straight up told him, it's like, would you, I've never played Resident Evil 2 before. I know nothing about the game. It's like, I may not be doing a great job of playing it, but, I mean, what do you expect, Let's see, what is that? 484-961 225 049. I don't know if this is the code or not. Good old Souls community on Twitch. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of games that are like that, though. I mean, Half-Life is notorious for getting people in there. Monkey Island is notorious for it. Okay, let's see if this does it. 48. Oh, I can't work that. 484-951-225-049. Invalid security code. 1234. And Final Fantasies, yeah. Fallout 1 and 2 for sure. Chrono Trigger as well, yeah. Final Fantasy 7, Shorty Straw. It's so funny when I streamed that on PlayStation. I did get a lot of people kind of giving me all kinds of like hints and tips and whatnot, but I actually had a pretty good community of folks that were kind of helping to protect me from that too. So it was nice. It was a good experience. Maybe able to get away with Dark Souls these days, since I guess most of the trolls have moved on to Elden Ring, yeah. Especially with the latest DLC. Apparently that did really well. Okay, so,
A collection of the Bay City Mirror's daily anagram puzzles. If I ever really get stuck on an anagram, at least I've got a connection at the newspaper.
I'm really not sure what the code is. Did I miss something in Malloy's apartment? Cosmic Connection. Ooh, wait. I didn't look at this yet.
I remember Fitzpatrick telling me about the Cosmic Connection magazine. Looks like a sci-fi rag to me.
Yeah, you liked Elden Ring? It was just too much of a time commitment for you. Yeah, I just can't find the time to play these massive games anymore. It's funny that that's the direction they've gone in, because MMOs actually got simpler because people griped about those in the 90s, early 2000s. It takes too much time for me to be able to achieve everything, so they started simplifying things, and that's how we ended up with things like Warcraft, or World of Warcraft, pardon me. And later, of course, even easier MMOs. Hold your hand through it. Everybody can get all the best gear without having to go raid, or almost the best gear, like very close to the best gear. Fallout 2 had a person who just text vomited literally every little detail of the game. He told me that he's played through FO2 several times per year, every year since it came out. Wow. I mean, I probably spent a good 5 or 6 years playing Tropico 2 on and off. Certainly didn't do it like that. And I certainly haven't played it for 24 years. 23 years, or however long it's been out. When did it come out? Hey, Ray. Good to see you. How are you doing today? I don't know what code to use.
Well, looks like Nilo's in for a busy and productive day.
Okay, new issue of Playhub. Get it. Store. Pork rinds, pig feet, beer, pink fluffy cupcake things. Test results at clinic. Renew Playbub subscription. Fix camera. Oh my god. Pay off babysitter. Fallout 2 is free on Epic. Oh, is it really? It's free on Epic currently? You downloaded them already and can't wait to try it. You could just never keep playing the same game year after year. Some games I can still enjoy something. A game like Tropico is one of those games that you can play it for a little while, put it down, come back, play it a little more. It's like Civilization in a way.
Incoming ads for you non-subscribers. Use your Twitch Prime now.
Why, Dudeman? Why? It's the complete collection, actually. Fallout 1 and 2 and Tactics. Is there more to this card? Everlock Titanium Saves.
A disc. I'll bet whatever's on here will get me a lead.
I can try the apartment code, but I don't think that's it. That was Malloy's code here. Yeah, I didn't think so. 951 225 049. Yeah, Devo City Builders and strategy games you can play on and off for years. Did that with City Skylines, Tropico 4, and Anno games. Yep, and Shogun, Total War. So I guess I don't have what I need here yet. Maybe we can dial that number. Perhaps we can get some information. Maybe Fitzpatrick knows something about Malloy's code to this disc. He's buddies with him. Medieval Total War, yeah. We're gonna have to put in disc 5, so here we go. Fitzpatrick, you gotta have something.
So
I'm confident.
Excellent.
Okay.
I don't believe I have. Oh, yes, I know of him. He's a respected writer in the field of UFO studies. By all appearances, he's a reclusive man.
Okay, so we did get some more information we could ask about. All right.
Looks like Regan isn't home right now. I'll have to try later.
Speaking of strategy games, we'll be playing Age of Mythology Retold when it comes out. I hadn't heard of that one. I don't necessarily follow them particularly. Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 1 does the same thing. What's that? Anno games are hilarious because the game tells you you've been playing for 4 hours, maybe stand up for a while. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Guild Wars does do that, doesn't it? Has anyone played Humankind? It's a strategy city builder, much like Civilization or Rise of Nations. I want to play Rise of Nations. I haven't played that in years.
This is Lucia Pernay.
You seen it streamed by someone in the game? Say what? I'm going to guess that maybe something's missing. Somebody's been in here and closed the roll top desk. Oh, goody ads. Hey, Father Axe Keeper, welcome in.
No, the lights keep this room nicely.
You watch Baldur's Gate 3 voice actor play Baldur's Gate 3 on Twitch. That has been really great. That'd be kind of cool. I could see that. All right, let's let these ads roll through here.
Subscribers, use your Twitch Prime now.
And we'll be back in just a few minutes, so don't go anywhere. Oh, the music's gone. Welcome back, everybody. Let's see. You watched the voice actor of Ryo from Shenmue play all 3 of the games on Twitch. It was really cool. He told a lot of interesting behind-the-scenes type of stories as he played. Now, that's kind of cool. I couldn't imagine how much insight the voice actors would have into development. I mean, the voice acting portion, the recording of the audio and the dialogue and all of that for sure. But I guess unless like Chris Jones was involved in the development and creation of Tex Murphy, he's the creator of the series, so he'd know. Anyway, let's see. You're currently playing Mafia Definitive Edition on Noir mode, easy and without any dialogue or cutscene audio. It's most joyous experience. Huh. Completed on classic simulation difficulties first time, so you can't bother doing the game proper anymore. Well, in modern game mocap is involved, but that's still not necessarily in the studio. It could be going to another studio, a different studio. I know some game studios had mocap sound stages. I just don't know which ones, and I don't know if there's that many of them with it. I'm sure they were invited in. I mean, I don't know. I really don't know. What can we use? Can we combine these? Hey, how you doing, ICDU? Welcome in. Let's see. I apologize for the delay responding to your letter. It had been forwarded several times and finally caught up to me in Chiapa, Mexico. Doing field work can make it difficult to track down, blah, blah, blah. Wait. Wait a minute. Okay, diagrams. The translation reads 484. 484. So it could be possibly... Wait a minute. 484 is the first 3 numbers on that business card. But then he says 3113. So I wonder if 484 is the code. Could be 3113. Try this one more time. But this time just 3 digits. 484. Nope. No. By 1. Try all of them. How about 484951? Okay, it's still not it. game doesn't tell you how many digits. Not a single clue.
Great hat, man.
The most thematic Pandora Directives hat? Well, that would be... I guess this. Well, hello, kitty. Oh, you mean a hat. There we go. Mr. Steel Rose, how have you been lately? This is... 3 days off. Well, I won't tell you mine then. It's in Vice City in here. No. Hello Kitty City. You built 2 more retro computers. Oh yeah, that reminds me, Mr. Steel Rose. So, I think you're familiar with the fact that the Windows XP machine, the ATI video card that I have in there is running a little bit warm, and it's deciding to overheat after a few hours of streaming. And I had to jury-rig the heatsink and fan on it because the old fan froze and died. It's just not working. And I wasn't a big fan of that heatsink anyway. It's kind of anemic. So I bought another one. After searching and searching, finding one that might fit. I think I might have to make some modifications, minor modifications, maybe clip a fin or something. But here we go. And I got a red one to match the red theme of the ATI card. Hopefully this will suffice. But I've also got some thermal tape mounted little mini heat sinks to go on the memory chips too. So hopefully this solves the problem. I've also got 2 new fans coming, and I'm going to move the components into a more freer breathing case. And expel more of the heat if I can. I'm going to see what I can do. Maybe drop the temperature a little. Yeah, I've got several tubes of that. Yeah, I've got some Arctic Silver, and I've got some others as well. And that actually came with some, but that's pretty old. I think it's like 15 years old, that particular package, because the plastic was yellowed.
I have a few leads. Called to see if you...
I'll be happy to tell you anything.
Okay, what can you tell me? Maybe I just need to ask about Elijah Witt.
As I've said, I don't... This was... It's my idea that was the... Intrigue, as I've said.
Seen a video about applying thermal paste, different placement, big dots, smaller dots, and X, etc. It doesn't matter as long as you have enough. Actually, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of opinions on it. My opinion is a little different than that, and I'm going to give you sort of an example. And I've seen this actually tested and shown. It gets squashed at the end anyway, but the goal is to squash it in a way to avoid air bubbles inside. Because if there's air bubbles, then that will hinder the transfer of heat. That's really the goal. You want it to fill the micro crevices is really the goal. Getting the right amount's a little tricky for that purpose because they say, oh, the size of a grain of rice. Well, that depends on the surface you're putting it on. That grain of rice can be a little bigger or smaller. But anyway, so yeah, what's interesting is you watch how a mason lays tile, and you'll see how they put that paste down. Now, in their case, they'll run a trowel over it and groove that, and then when they place it down, they'll shift it, And if you ever watch a video about how that works, it's actually designed to do the same thing. They're trying to prevent air bubbles in it. And yeah, small card and spackle it on. And that's really what they do to help avoid those air bubbles. Now, a simple layman's way of avoiding those air bubbles, but not quite as effective at an adhesive point, is to do a small dot in the center and then let the pressure spread it out for you. And that does work. In my experience, that works perfectly fine. It's just that easy. But I've heard people say spackling it on like that, kind of spread it out. I've also heard people just put a drop and then press down on it and just kind of rotate it back and forth a little bit to get it to spread outwards and then lock it in place. Just don't pull it off and put it back. Imagine the differences in all styles is negligible. That's my thoughts. Yeah. Whatever works for you. If you've assembled computers and never really had an overheating problem as a result of poor thermal paste adhesion, then your method is obviously working. We'll just put it like that. So even if it's not the way most people don't, and don't put too much on there, because then you just end up causing it to squish out the sides. And honestly, whenever I see that, it's like I've done that myself many times. Overdid it just a little bit. It just makes it messier, but I can't help but wonder if maybe that hinders the cooling a little bit. Tell you to reapply after however long too, but I've never done that. I have done it, Cabron, on several things, particularly really old hardware, and don't use it as toothpaste. Yeah, don't use it as toothpaste. Like for example, the video card here, I definitely replaced it. The CPU, I definitely replaced it. It's a 20-year-old piece of hardware, and I'm glad I did, because when I took the thermal paste off of the video card, it was dry as a bone. Interesting. Oh, it's the annual meeting. It was literally dry as a bone. So I really wonder if it was actually doing anything at all, because I suspect that the reason the person sold it in the first place, stopped using it, was probably because it was overheating.
Looks like Regan isn't home right now.
And that just makes sense to me. It's like, I don't feel like dealing with it. They may have even been using it to play old retro games and then just said it wasn't worth it anymore to try and fix it and make it work. But it's perfectly fine. It just needs a new fan and better cooling than I have been giving it. So that we're fixing. Hey, no problem. CD3. I don't think I'm going to get the answers I need in here, but we're going to try anyway. And I can't help but wonder if the 484 that I saw in that translated letter is tied to this business card I found. Yeah, you know if you messed up, right? We'll try Gus. I don't think he's going to be able to tell me anything.
No thanks.
He doesn't want a puzzle book.
No thanks. No thanks. No thanks. Doesn't mean it.
What about Elijah Witt?
Doesn't sound familiar.
Okay. Try Emily.
I know. No, thank you.
I hit the wrong one.
No. No, thank you. No, thank you. Thomas is my husband.
Pardon me for being stupid, but let me get this straight. You're
Wait.
Thomas Malloy's wife?
Wait, what?
Yeah, we were married about a year ago.
So where's your husband?
I don't know.
Well, do you have any idea why he doesn't want you to know where he is?
No. He just said it'd be better for me. Safer for me.
Well, that explains a lot, but that was a
I
twist.
honestly don't know why he left. I'm afraid I'm not very... I really don't know too many... That's Thomas's daughter.
Okay, well, now we understand why Regan hates her. Because she married her father, and, well, let's just say if Regan is in her 30s, this girl looks like she's in her 20s. The irony here is up to this point, I thought she was Gus's girlfriend. Something funny's going on in this game. Okay, lots of something funny's going on in this game.
Rejoining your frequent inquiries has produced in me a...
If I could find some, you could have some, dude.
My ignorance.
So nothing I can get from him. Actually, I could just travel to Clint.
Well, look, I appreciate. Well, look, I appreciate. Well, look. Yeah, I remember Emily mentioned some.
Okay, but didn't catch his name.
Nope. Oh, I wish I.
So perhaps we can go back to Mac Malden and see if maybe he's got some information about this Elijah Witt person. Let's check out with Louis first and see what he's got.
How can I help you, Mike?
Moif?
No thanks.
He doesn't want a puzzle book.
No thanks.
He's not into optical media.
No.
He doesn't need a business card.
No
He
thanks.
doesn't like the cosmic connection. How about we ask about people? You know anything about this Elijah Wood?
I'm pretty sure I've never heard that name.
What about this cosmic connection?
Sorry, Mike. I can't help you there.
Any idea who Regan Madsen is?
I'm pretty sure I've never heard that name.
Okay, well, what if I were to show you Emily Sue's puzzle box?
Sorry, Mike. I can't help you there.
He sure isn't useful, is he? Okay, so how about... Could go back to Sandra Collins' house.
What can I do for you, Murphy?
Okay, I bet you I'm going to get nothing from him.
You can... You can...
What about...
Can't... You think I know everything? Like I...
All right, well, I got an idea. Let's try.
What can I do?
How about we just end conversation? All right, thank you. Okay. Save. Disc 1. Ooh, disc 1, you say. I guess we're going to die. I mean, I'm going to the NSA building, and they probably don't want me there, but they might want to work with me. I don't know. This is kind of up in the air. We'll find out what happens.
Returning to Autotact after almost getting my head blown off the last time makes me a little nervous. There are no speeders parked outside, and a cautious look around leads me to believe the place is empty. At least for now. I better work fast. Looks like it's locked. I don't think anyone else is here, but I don't want...
Jackson Cross's office, huh?
Just seeing Jackson Cross's name makes me nervous. I'd better get a move on. One of these guys must be Horton. Now I'll be able to recognize him. A king-size ashtray. Hyperpentium 360. Whoever this guy works for, they certainly get good equipment.
Still using Pentiums in 40 years from now? Making that 60 years since this game came out. Jeez. Holy crap, Susie, that scared me half to death.
Large, a number 6 with extra dip, a number 7, 2 number 45s, 1 with cheese, and a large
I think I'll let sleeping dogs lie.
Dude, they still haven't let that guy out. Oh my god, there's an agent stuck in the closet. He's still passed out in there.
Looks like I'll need to find a special card with passcode before I can open that door. I guess the visitor's pass is... Well, that won't work. That doesn't seem...
So maybe... Vindaloo on the menu tonight. Nice. And, oh, that's what the order up was all about. You were ordering up your Vindaloo.
The door to the... This door appears...
So I guess there's a timer on this somewhere, and I need to figure out how to get in there. I guess I got busted. Wah! I don't know if I'm supposed to be in here yet. There might be something else I need to do. So we'll come back to this, but I think this is where I need to get something or do something. But I still don't know what I'm supposed to do next. Could use something from the electronic shop, maybe. Clint didn't have anything. Have we tried Gary? Maybe we can ask Crazy Gary. Fuchsia Flamingo. I don't know where else to look for that code other than in the garden house, where Thomas has been hanging out. Could try Sandra Collins' house again. I don't remember what. I think we got everything from there. I guess we could try it.
A collection of the Bay City Mirror's daily and
484-961-225-049. What is that? Everlock titanium safe. And he doesn't even say anything. Like, he has no comment about this card. What is that number? Is that a safe code? Is there a safe in that room, maybe, that we haven't found? Or somewhere? It would be kind of weird for him to move into sort of a bed and breakfast style hotel and then have a hidden safe. Oh, I missed something.
This pair of jeans wasn't here before. I guess Malloy must have come back and then left again.
Ooh.
This warehouse address is 54 Front Street. That's in the waterfront area.
Your stuff is safe with us. Okay, so that might have given us another location to visit. So that wasn't here the last time. So that means that stuff has changed. Waterfront, okay.
Dr. Thomas Malloy, I presume.
You're NSA, aren't you?
No, sir, I'm not NSA. My name's Tex Murphy, and I'm a private investigator. I was hired by a friend of yours.
I don't have any friends, Mr. Murphy.
Well, what about Gordon Fitzpatrick?
Fitz. Good old Fitz. I wonder why he set you after me.
You all right?
Give me some water, will you? Thanks.
Hey, Peter Steves.
I've led an excessive life, and I'm afraid the bill is coming due. Now listen, Murphy. What I'm going to tell you could help Fitzpatrick continue my work. The only catch is I'll put you in the same danger I'm in.
He's already there.
Don't let that stop you. Danger's a little like Jell-O. Always room for a little more.
Ever hear of Project Blue Book?
Sounds familiar.
Have you ever heard of Roswell?
Yeah. About 100 years ago, there was an apparent UFO crash. And the government came out and said it was just a weather balloon.
A weather balloon? It was no damn weather balloon. It was a spacecraft. The Roswell incident was the greatest disinformation campaign of all time.
So what was the connection between Roswell and Project Blue Book?
Well, Roswell is where Project Blue Book became Project Blueprint. Now, you probably never heard about it, seeing as how you're still alive.
Why do I have the feeling you're about to lower my odds in that department? Do you mind?
In 1947, an alien spacecraft crashed in the desert outside Roswell, New Mexico. The wreckage was taken to the Air Force Base nearby for testing. And of course, they were looking for weapons.
Sounds like the military hasn't changed too much. If you don't mind me asking, Doctor, how do you fit into all of this?
In 1984, I came on board Project Blueprint. My job was to carry on the work of deciphering the hieroglyphics found in the spacecraft. Anyway, in early 1996, word of a breakthrough spread throughout the complex. Now, apparently someone had discovered that one of the alien instruments could generate minute quantities of anti-hydrogen.
Anti-hydrogen?
The big boys in Washington were ecstatic. Now, if you remember, the desert standoff was in effect, and we were looking for a technological edge over the Middle East bloc. Now, we had it in the palm of our hands. But unfortunately, as you know, things went very wrong.
That's the understatement of the century.
Well, the military was in such a hurry, they didn't take time to do any testing. Instead, they started a political incident, then proceeded to bomb the hell out of the Middle East.
Greatest snafu in history.
Now, after the war, I left the military, but I managed to smuggle out all my notes and other important items from Roswell. And I secretly continued my research.
Okay, Malloy, don't move! I said freeze! Don't be stupid. Put it down! Look, I'm supposed to bring you back alive, not in a body bag. I don't think so.
Wow, really?
No! Back off. Back off!
That's not good.
My orders were to bring in Malloy alive. But I guess that doesn't apply to you, does it?
Oh, in that case. You mind?
Go, Tex, go! Old man got the drop on two men literally pointing guns at him. Yeah, right? Day 5. Geester, yes, Project Blue Book. Project Blue Book was the inspiration for a pretty great and well-known film. Something you may or may not have ever heard of before. I can't say for sure.
I'd found Malloy just in time to watch him take a bullet. I wasn't sure whether that qualified as solving the case or not. Either way, I had to tell Fitzpatrick the bad news. He comes by my office, and I fill him in on what's happened. Second agent opened fire.
No!
Killed him. I barely got out of it alive. So for the next few minutes, I relate the events that led up to finding Malloy. But it's clear that his death is only part of the reason for Fitzpatrick's reaction. He's been withholding information from me since the beginning. Now it's time to find out what he knows about Malloy's work.
An unfortunate turn of events. Extremely unfortunate. Well, I guess this brings our partnership to an end. What do I owe you?
I think you owe me some details.
To what do you refer?
Look, Malloy was onto something big. He was just about to tell me until someone turned him into a corkboard. I want to know what happened. But most of all, I want to know what's going on here.
No, don't get into it. Forget this business. Take the money and walk away.
It's too late. I'm already involved. Now 1, possibly 3 NSA agents are dead. And for some strange reason, they're going to think that I'm involved with all this. And even if I wanted to drop out right now, the odds are they're going to find me and fill me with so much lead, they're going to be able to use me as a pencil. But aside from that, Malloy was onto something big. And those boxes are the key.
You know about the boxes?
Oh, yeah.
Well, that puts a different light on things, doesn't it? Well, if you insist on staying with this, becoming involved, as you say, I've got to be able to be sure that I can rely on you, trust you. You know, this isn't the kind of thing that you can sort of dabble in and then back away.
Well, normally I do have a little problem with commitment. But on this, I'm in 100%.
All right. Thomas Malloy and I, scientific researchers, were working together in Roswell. And we became friends. Our friendship really developed when we were transferred to China after the great disaster of World War III. After some time, Malloy took me into his confidence and showed me what he'd been secretly working on, translating ancient alien hieroglyphics, taken from the crash of that Roswell spacecraft.
So you know what it is he was going to tell me?
No, I don't think so. Not really. I knew that he'd been, deciphering these ancient hieroglyphics. Some of the symbols that were found there, the dominating symbol seemed to be, or the dominating information seemed to be, that there was a second spacecraft approaching the Earth. And there was a continuing, recurring symbol of a black sun. Mysterious. He didn't get that at all. That really bugged him.
Well, this is all really interesting. But it's not the kind of information somebody kills for.
Tex, screw your head on straight! I'm ready to believe there is a second spacecraft down somewhere on this planet Earth unfound. Now, imagine that spacecraft filled with a technology that none of us have ever dreamed of. Imagine what someone would do to obtain that technology. Imagine what the government would do. Wouldn't it be worth killing for?
You've got one of the boxes, don't you?
I do. Receiving it led me to believe that my friend's life was in danger.
Well, then you probably know more about the boxes than I do.
Variations on a Chinese puzzle box. Tom had maybe 4, 5, or 6 of them made to his specifications while he was in China. Just some kind of a novelty, I think.
Do you know how to open them?
No. Never occurred to me to ask. Now, what do you know about the boxes?
Well, I had one. Then the NSA picked me up. They gave me a choice between giving them the box or having my brains blown out.
Recovering that box has got to be our first priority. Otherwise, I doubt we can continue.
That's not going to be easy. I'll see what I can do. Just one more thing. You talked a lot about trusting me. Why should I trust you?
Mr. Murphy, I have more money and other vanities than I could possibly ever use. My purpose in being here at the center, if there is a center to all this, is to follow the trail towards which my old friend pointed me. I don't know where it will lead, but I intend to reach that end.
I guess we're in business. There's something about Fitzpatrick that makes me trust him totally, though I have been wrong in that area before. He knows about the boxes, same as Regan does, but their motivations seem to be worlds apart. I figure my best strategy is to stay right here on the middle ground. The fact of the matter is, I want to know what Malloy was going to tell me. That's my motivation. And the first step from here is to recover the box I handed over to the NSA.
You have a fax. You have a fax. The Zamora. The Zamora and Nimitz incident in 2004 are the two best UFO mysteries. Something really weird is happening in our skies. I'll say this much. You know, what we know, I mean, this is my opinion, completely, totally uneducated and really no experience in any of this, but it's just something I've always thought about. You know, first and foremost, I think most people realize that as big as this universe is, unless you believe in a smaller universe theory of some kind, and we don't really know how that would work, but it seems pretty obvious if we're here, statistically, it means there's got to be some other form of intelligent life somewhere else. Doesn't necessarily mean it's more intelligent than us, or even more intelligent than a house cat, but it does mean that there has to be some intelligent life somewhere in this universe, even if it's millions and millions and millions of light years away, or billions. The universe is flat. Exactly, yeah. All hail the alien overlords. But, you know, another interesting fact, too, that I've always questioned is, what we know of Phoenix and this quadrant of the universe, does it really work the same a billion light years away in another quadrant of the universe? I mean, really, how does that work? So, could something like might and magic exist? You know, an alien race who created, you know, a petri dish to basically let civilizations live on and that kind of thing, and they can wield magic and other special, you know, abilities. It just makes you wonder. It's like there's a whole lot of opportunity and possibilities out there that really we can only imagine, but we can't test. So yeah, I mean, I'd believe that there is a possibility. Now, I'm not saying how much I believe in this possibility, but there is a possibility that an alien race could find a way to reach us that is not by the conventional means that we are aware of. In other words, they're not just going to fly a million light years away. They may have some other method to get here, whether that's some form of time warp, you know, or space warp or whatever. We just don't know. A billion light years away. The Commodore 64 is the Commodore 256. Yeah, I mean, seriously. Wormholes, yeah, the closest point from A to B is folded bit of space. But that's what I'm saying. I mean, is that something that's easier to achieve elsewhere in the universe, just not so much here? Is there resources outside of this region of the universe that would allow something like that to happen or to be made to support it? I mean, there's an infinite number of possibilities and theories. That's the Fermi paradox. Is it really? I had no idea. So ultimately, yeah, it's entirely possible. So I do believe that there is a chance that we've had that kind of experience, and either we've not recognized it for what it was, which could even be so far as people we've dubbed as prophets for various religions, to really just natural phenomenon that was over-explained by overactive imaginations. You just don't know. It's impossible to know. Infinite ideas as long as we have freedom and creativity. Yeah. If you think A, your thought B will go into infinite possibilities. So, yeah, that's my thoughts anyway. So, day 5. The hard part with that kind of thought process to me is how crazy does it make you look in a situation where, you know, you're like, well, we know what we have in the known universe.
Sounds like I got a message on the vid phone.
We know what kind of, you know, we know what kind of universe we live in, and we have a solid idea of what's going on and what's happening in our little tiny speck of a space. Disc 5. Of course, Disc 5. It's vid phone time. Media makes skeptics look bad. Well, skeptics sometimes make themselves look bad. Think about it. There's rational ways to explain irrational thoughts so that it doesn't look like you're a complete fool. But the more irrational the thought, the harder it is to convey that message without looking like a lunatic. Proof of that is literally Air Force pilots, like any space pilots, Air Force pilots, or like astronauts, things like that. They see phenomena that they can't talk about because they fear that it would make them look like they've gone nuts and it may remove them from their position. And maybe they believe it, maybe they're skeptics, maybe they don't believe it, and they think they just saw something unusual that's easily explainable. You just don't know. Same with criminals, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of cases where you sit there and you think about it, it's like, oh, geez, really? This is great. Such a delay from one format to the other. This is like instant replay. It isn't
Hey,
no
Tex. I hate leaving a message, but it's so hard to catch at home. I'm enjoying my vacation, though, well, I'm already getting a little homesick. I hope everything's going well for you, and, well, I just wanted you to know I was thinking about you.
Fun fact, one of the biggest skeptics and anti-UFO proponents is the very same creator of Spider-Man PS2 and Tony Hawk Pro games. Interesting. I wonder why. Yeah, Duncan. Yeah, exactly. The delay in YouTube is so much more.
Hey, Tex. I hate leaving a message, but it's so hard to catch at home.
Okay, so we need to call or visit her, I guess. Because you can't web around in space or do ollies in space on skateboards. If we're innocent until proven guilty here in the U.S., the burden of proof is on us. Yeah, which is literally how the law is supposed to work, at least in every description I've ever seen. Works out. Everyone should watch on both formats so nothing is missed. There you go. You missed something? Flip over to YouTube. Wait 30 seconds.
This is Lucia Purnell.
She hasn't been under the desk in a while. Regan, you better answer.
Looks like Regan isn't home right now.
Lies. You're guilty until you pay enough money to be innocent. Well, now that's when you get rich, but we'll go into that discussion at some other location, not here. Yes, we'll delete the messages. And it just doesn't work for skeptics or art. It's all institutions. Well, part of it, too, is that you have, everybody has a fear that of how people are going to think of them if they come to them and give them some whacked out idea. I mean, think about all the people who say they've seen a ghost. I mean, even if inside they're like skeptical themselves, hey, I don't really know if it was a ghost. I could have been dreaming, or maybe I ate something that didn't agree with me and my mind was hallucinating. Who knows? There's 1,000 possibilities or more.
Well, it looks like my suspicions were correct. Now I'll just have to find out why Horton was posing as the Black Arrow Killer.
I have it on good authority that Dag Horton was an NSA agent and worked under a supervisor named Jackson Cross. Neither agent was officially assigned to work on this part of the country. Or in this part of the country, pardon me. I am betting that they have a little something going on the side. I hope this information helps. So, a government agency with immunity, possibly doing something to benefit themselves only? Nah, that's impossible, right? I guess we can go to. Actually, there's the waterfront warehouse. We haven't gone there yet. Barry Corbin is going to get me. He's going to hunt me down. Interesting that we don't have a fast travel to the Fuchsia Flamingo from here. Like the archaeological community just came to a consensus on events that happened thousands of years ago, and they cite each other's data and circle to confirm theirs. Burden of proof there. Well, now to be fair, external views and whatnot, there are skeptics about dinosaurs in every facet. The way they look, the way they sound, what they ate. In some cases, even their size. Sorry, I got something in my eye. But what you hear is, of course, all the mainstream stuff. I don't disagree with them. I certainly don't disagree with someone who just sits and studies something and tries to understand it. But everything that you hear or see, you have to take with somewhat of a grain of salt. We do have some examples of, barely prehistoric in some cases. I have a game to finish. No, it's like, I don't know if I got a speck of dust or an eyelash or something got in my eye.
Incoming ads for you non-subscribers. Use your Twitch Prime now.
Prove no burden. There is no crime committed. Seasoned and salted. What do you want, some nuts or something? Let's go to the warehouse. Disc 1. Yeah, the next time somebody gives you a really wacky theory, just go, hey, do you want some salt with those nuts?
When I get to the waterfront warehouse, I'm a little surprised to see it's still standing. From the smell of wet ashes, I'd guess the fire department got here in a hurry. They probably took away the charred bodies of Malloy and those government agents. At least Malloy went quickly. With any luck, I'll find something useful in here. If anything survived the explosion, that is.
Well, I see something on the floor over there if my Scooby-Doo senses are...
Some names of Asian cities are printed on this piece of paper.
You mean you never get tired of watching Buzz Aldrin punch that moon landing? I know, right? This is the truth. I mean, now some of those kinds of conspiracy theories is like, I can see where they get the idea.
They didn't get all of Malloy's notes.
I can see where people get the idea that maybe it was made up, or exaggerated. Obviously, there was motivation for it, but motivation doesn't mean there's a crime. Motivation just means that there was another potential direction it could have gone. I think there's plenty of evidence that's been verified by other countries who are not our friends that, yeah, it actually happened. It was filmed in a studio in Akron, Ohio, yeah. So I'm more willing to believe that it was real in that instance and not a conspiracy theory that it wasn't. But I do think there's also, in a very tiny way, a small possibility that some of the knowledge we gain may not have necessarily come from our own knowledge. Maybe something did come out of Roswell. We don't know. I don't know. People say they know. Do they really know? I don't know. And I'm not saying it didn't either. I'm just...
A lot of palate.
Just all kinds of possibilities. If you go down every rabbit hole, right? You would think the Soviet Union would be screaming to high heavens even at a hint of something else. Yes, absolutely. In 1969, if the Soviet Union believed that it was a bunch of malarkey and we really didn't do it, you'd better believe it would have been... They would have been screaming, and still screaming about it now. But really, just like anti-vax situations, the only time you really hear about it is from people that, I don't know, want to. Just weird ideas sometimes.
Yeah, old shipping boxes.
Well, we started special effects on video games at the same time, plus the flag waves on the video. There's no wind on the moon. There's no wind on the moon, but physics still work. I mean, you move something and it'll keep moving when there's limited gravity. But the other thing, too, is there's no air on the moon, but that doesn't mean that there's not some kind of motion. I mean, for example, look at how they propel satellites. They don't stick a rocket engine on that thing and launch it through the universe. I mean, they put an ion pulse on there, which is literally just pulsing ion energy out the back of it, pushing it, you know, slightly faster each pulse, or maintaining it or whatever. There's all kinds of like radio waves that are floating all over the universe with no filtering on the moon like we have here on Earth. Number one, we have actual atmospheric wind, so that hides a lot of that activity, but we also have an atmosphere that's thick enough to filter out most of it. So we really don't know. They know. Soviets are more than capable to review the American moon landing data and figure out if it was fake. Yeah, they go there themselves. Just go there themselves. But I mean, there's also lots and lots and lots of satellite pictures over the past 50 years. Indian, Chinese, Russian, British, French, all these various, you know, space agencies and science groups that have gone through it. Yeah. Got you thinking. And I'm not saying it is real. I'm not saying it's not real. I'm not stating my opinion on it one way or the other. I'm just saying that if you're ever on the fence of something, consider all the possibilities. 2001 doesn't have errors like cloud formations at the beginning of the movie. Interesting. I'll be right back. These ads are about to kick in. This is the last ad session we have, and then we'll forfeit the rest. So be right back.
Masterpiece of fantasy storytelling from Lucasfilm's Brian Moriarty? Why, it's an extraordinary adventure with an interface of magic. Stunning, high-resolution 3D landscapes, sophisticated score and musical effects, not to mention the detailed animation and special effects, elegant point-and-click control of characters, objects and magic spells. Beat the rush. Go out and buy Room today.
right, everybody, welcome back. Yeah, don't get Thrax, thank you for the 30 big bits. Appreciate that. We need some adverts. Go out and buy Loon today. I could make some advertisement. That'd be kind of funny. I could do some little mini commercials. Jokingly. I'm going to leave you at this. Okay, so, if you're looking for information on something and you feel like it's sort of conspiracy theory-ish, you know, like it's something that is typically treated as one, just make sure that you pull information from sources that you don't trust. Because if you don't, then you fall into the pit of what's considered confirmation bias. You've got to see what other people feel. For example, for me, my idea of sources I wouldn't trust would be somebody who is known for being a conspiracy theorist. Nothing wrong with listening to what they have to say. For example, if somebody comes to you and says, the truth about math is 2 + 2 = 5. I mean, that's patently not true. But why do they believe that? Why do they believe that 2 + 2 = 5 and not 4? Maybe they have some rational explanation for it. Probably not, but it doesn't hurt to ask. It doesn't hurt to look into it. You love Big Brother.
I'll be back in a jiffy.
13-second delay. Nice. Thank you, Echo. But anyway, that's my speech on that. I mean, just, you know, be careful that you don't fall into that. That's really the big problem people run into a lot of times. Item number 186, scrap. People don't believe 0 is a number. Well, I know mathematically 2 + 2 = 6, and you know it. Mathematically, I don't think 0 is considered a number, is it? I mean, by most mathematicians in general. Because it doesn't represent any value. It's nothing. So anything under 1, or really anything under 0.0000 whatever infinity 1, it's a digit and a placeholder. It's a digit and a placeholder, but I guess it depends on your perspective. And see, this is where the question comes into play of why do they believe something? So, for example, if they believe that they don't that it's not a number, then maybe they have an explanation for why they don't think it's a number. And I'm going to give you a better example that's not math. So, when I was in college, I had I want to say it was a music theory professor actually asked the old philosophical question: if a tree falls in the woods and there's nobody around to hear it, does it make a sound? Most people would say, yeah, it makes a sound. But then they say, no, it doesn't make a sound because sound is defined by this. There has to be something that generates the wave, a medium to transfer the wave, and something to receive the wave and interpret it as sound. So if it doesn't have those three components, it's not considered sound. So the first time I heard that, I went, you know what? There are a lot of weird things that we've talked about, you know, or gone over or thought about in our lives that kind of fit that same sort of explanation. Just do the double slit experiment. What's that? Input any number to 0 by multiplication. Yeah. Perception are on board for 33%. If you look at it, you get one result. If you don't, you get another. Yeah. Wait. You want... oh, God, Terrence Howard. What did he do? Wait, yeah, I've been watching proof on 1 × 1 is 2? Okay. No. If you look at it, you get one result. If you don't, you get another. Huh. If things are observed, you change the outcome. Ah, okay. But anyway, so the point that I was trying to make is that for the knowledge that we currently have about something, we can make an opinion. If somebody comes along and says, I have a different opinion, and let me show you why. Now, this is things that you can actually prove, right? So if we go back to the audio theory, it's still somewhat of a theory, but this is based on a universally accepted definition of what makes up sound. So in that case, understanding the definition of what makes it happen can give you a different opinion compared to the majority. Inadvertently, not intentionally, just through observation, yeah. Is that why stupid people don't realize they're stupid until they bother me at your job? I don't believe anybody's really stupid so much as stubbornly ignorant, maybe, in some cases. But sometimes our stubbornness and ignorance is tied to sort of that same sort of confirmation bias. Even if it's recorded with a camera, the results change. All right, anyway, where were we? We were looking for stuff in this warehouse.
That's just debris scattered from the fire.
Fire, more like explosion. What, the double slit thing? Is that what you're talking about? Well, I've heard the same thing, that observing something will affect its outcome. I've heard that before, and I don't fully understand it, but yes, it's very true that if somebody is aware that somebody is watching them, they won't react the way you would expect. They're going to treat it differently. Well, there's a YouTube article on it, at least. I'll come back to that in a moment. Well, we'll just read the first paragraph. In modern physics, the double-slit experiment demonstrates that light and matter can satisfy the seemingly incongruous classical definitions for both waves and particles. This ambiguity is considered evidence for the fundamentally probabilistic nature of quantum mechanics. This type of experiment was first performed by Thomas Young in 1801 as a demonstration of the wave behavior of visible light. In 1927, Davison and Gerner, and independently George Paget Thomson and his research student Alexander Reed demonstrated that electrons show the same behavior, which was later extended to atoms and to molecules. Thomas Young's experiments with light was part of the classical physics long before the development of quantum mechanics and the concept of wave-particle duality. He believed it demonstrated that Christian Huygens' wave theory of light was correct, and his experiment is sometimes referred to as Young's experiment or Young's slits. Yeah, I don't know anything about quantum mechanics at all. You don't understand it either. But you know, like I said, if you're interested in it, really what it comes down to is not so much, I'm not trying to change anybody's opinion. I'm just trying to help people understand how their opinions are formed and maintained. We can maintain our opinion of something, however accurate or inaccurate that opinion may be, by simply ignoring or only reviewing information that is not or for our current bias. And that's a problem.
His desk got banged up as much as he did. Gotta hand it to him, though. He was a fighter.
That's a problem, though, because we are very young in this universe. There's a lot of things we don't understand, and a lot of things we think we understand, but we're dead wrong on, and we just haven't figured that out yet. What we can't do is simply focus on all of that and say it's all wrong. We still have to stick to something that we can observably work with and then make adjustments to those theories over time. Look at the idea of the Earth being, our sun being the center of the universe or the galaxy or anything else. Those theories were, different at different times, and over time we've learned more and people have accepted different approaches to it. Slightly modified in some cases and heavily modified in others, right? But what happens when you have people who go in with extremely erratic theories, start bringing up all this information and whatnot, and they don't want anybody to fact check it, and they argue instead, then you get this cloudiness. And then you have things like anti-vax and the flat earth theory and all this kind of stuff. And then they do things like the guy who was trying to prove that the earth was flat creates his own rocket, launches himself upwards so that he could see, whether the earth was really flat or there was a curvature. They can't even accept the actual proof that's there in front of them sometimes. It's very hard. See, that is the problem. Because when those folks get traction, we get legitimate people that get confused, and they want to push that stuff too. And in some cases, it's irrelevant to everybody else, but like anti-vax, I'm not going to say that that's good or bad. I'm just saying that, it obviously has created some issues in society. Let's just leave it at that. Because that theory, when not handled correctly, is dangerous for people. Get people killed sometimes. Yeah, especially when people get killed over it. Precisely. You have to be careful how you approach things like that. You can't just jump into it and just start, saying everybody's wrong, they're trying to lie to you and things like that. You can bring that up, but you have to bring it up in a more civil discussion. Some of these people get absolutely bonkers over it, and that doesn't help their case. Even if they're right, nobody's going to believe them. Right? Your beliefs have always been to disprove something, but there is always that percentage chance that something could be right. And yeah, sure, exactly, yeah. Your view can be true in some aspects and wrong in other aspects, just like me and Santa Claus. Yeah, I know he might not be true, but there is also the chance he is real. Like aliens, maybe, maybe not, but I don't know until you prove me otherwise. I'll even take Santa Claus as an example, right? The consistent public opinion that I hear about Santa Claus is that physically, no, he doesn't exist. That's the majority. But then they come back with that what makes up sound kind of argument and definition and say, but aren't we all really kind of Santa Claus? We should be doing good for everybody else, right? We should try to make people feel better about themselves and have a good day and make them have a good day and just do the right thing for people. That doesn't mean that he doesn't exist. It just defines whether or not he exists in one form or another, in our minds, in our hearts, or in physical reality. Pulling your stocking for you, young man, yeah. You leave Santa alone, yeah, no. The Earth is 70% water and it's not carbonated, so technically the Earth is flat. Oh, man, Rabbit, you finally convinced me the Earth truly is flat. Although I've seen an awful lot of foam on the beaches. Just leaving that there. Kind of looks a little like beer. Really nasty-looking beer, but, you never know. There was someone named Santa Claus that tried to be Santa Claus. Well, technically, St. Nicholas, an actual saint, Catholic saint, did exist, and he's the one that at least the Vatican considers the archetype for Santa Claus. And his actions that were recorded, like sometime around, 300 BC or AD, excuse me, or something like that. Elvis didn't die, he just went home, yeah. I'm not sure if there's anything else in here I need.
The chemical...
And the sad part is that my explanation makes things really wishy-washy, but that's really kind of the point here. People need to come up with their own theories, but also try to understand that just because somebody doesn't agree with them doesn't mean the world should come to an end. He works at the chip shop. Along with Michael Jackson, yeah. People naming their kids Easter Bunny, Tooth Fairy, Jack Frost, Santa Claus. I mean, you do something like that and you might as well doom them to getting picked on constantly. All right, let's see what we got here.
This item 186 is.
Release code 7AC. Something of some sort. I don't know what that first word is. Starts with a P, but it says of some sort. Cheating game, it took so long to load. I thought it was that red dot was something. A theory is just that, a theory. It's not fact until proven many times over. Precisely. And the funny thing is that they'll scream conspiracy theory and they won't get that fact. The irony is lost on them almost entirely.
Flight schedule seemed a little too exorbitant to be taken seriously.
Final destination. Oh no, this led to the movie. Ah!
Well, looks like my suspicions were correct. I wonder what what this item 186 is.
7AC. Rangoon. Your Vindaloo's arrived! Oh, thank you very much. Susie, you have a great Vindaloo lunch. Dinner, actually. Excuse me. And we'll catch you next time. I'll be back on Sunday with a little bit more of Tex Murphy. I guess we're getting fairly close to the end. I was going to tell you, while I was away, I checked the status of the rest of that hardware, and it has been delayed yet again to a delivery on Sunday. So, all I'll have is my VGA cooler to install, and I got to wait for the rest to come in. But I'm still going to try on Saturday to move the hardware from one PC to the other, or one PC case to the other. Get it ready for Sunday, because then I can try adding all that stuff. Hopefully it'll make it better. You sure Walt's head isn't in a vault? Well then, prove me wrong. Yeah. That kind of stuff always kills me. It's like, okay, so you can't prove something because we don't have access to it and they're not willing to show us. Conspiracy theory is fair, as long as it's reasonable. Like, Walt Disney's really from Mars, and his head is in a cryo chamber. Okay, half of that might be accurate. The other half I can safely consider being not true. He really is from Mars, by the way. I'm just kidding. Where are we going? Anywhere else we can head to? North America? No. Wait. So we still can't go and see Chelsea. She's talking. Can we go to the newsstand? Is she there now? No, she's not there now. Chelsea, where are you? Oh, we can't go into the Fuchsia Flamingo anymore. It's now locked out to me. That's not cool. Is the Golden Gate... Uh-oh. I wonder if they actually tried to fake the vault thing by hiring an artist to sculpt Walt's head and put it in as a stand-in. I don't know. But, isn't Stalin still sitting in like, what is it, Kremlin Square, whatever that is, Saint whatever Square, there in front of the Kremlin? It's frozen in a vault deep beneath. That's Lenin, oh, sorry, Lenin, pardon me. What about McCartney? Is he there with him? I'm just kidding. It's frozen in a vault deep beneath the carousel of progress. That's what I've heard, that he's actually frozen in there. I don't know if that's true either. I seem to remember Disney commenting on it. What the heck just happened? What just happened? I just hit the space bar. I did nothing other than that. Wait, why did it start over? I didn't... What the heck? That was very confusing. I don't know. I didn't do anything except hit a space bar. Oh, maybe it was over intro. I bet that's what it was. No, I think when I hit space bar, it must have acted as pushing the intro button. Blimp!
Blimp 2000 just subscribed with Prime. Hope all is well, Bito and chat.
Very good so far. Thank you very much for the 3 months, Blimp. I appreciate that. Welcome.
This place.
Let's see if maybe... Oh, we gotta put it in disc 3. We got a big boost of progress today. Change that disc.
What now?
What now? I don't know.
Well, look, I appreciate the gesture, but,
Yeah, whatever.
well, look,
Okay, that didn't make any difference.
can't say I've heard of it. Nope. I wish.
So nothing there. I would go to talk Gary. Crazy Gary might have something, I guess. Maybe we should go to him.
How may I? I.
No. Okay, the fuchsia flam. Oh, what's wrong? Ah, thank you. Well, it didn't ask me to put in disc 1, so I guess that's something.
It's all locked up.
Thank you, Peter Steves. And may Lord's faith shine upon you. Thank you. Up, and away. Uh-oh. It's disc 1 time. That's a sign. It's fun when you start disc swapping and you realize what's going to happen next, or at least have ideas of what's going to happen next, simply because you know what discs have what data on it. I remember doing that with Sierra games back in the 80s and 90s. So the question is, where is this event going to happen? Because disc 1 is not the normal disc for here. Disc swap workout, yeah. So it could be I need to go down and talk to Nilo. He might have information, or there might be a cutscene of something going on down there. So let's go talk to him. He's there? I wonder. Nothing triggered there, so now it's going to make me do disc 2. Feel free to take a Jolly Rancher Sour Gummy. The second they invent ways to, for streamers to go through the computer screen. Oh, dear God. Smell-o-vision? Do you imagine what it'd be like some streamers? Smell-o-vision? Think about anybody that you know that...
Look, you keep bugging me, it's going to be sayonara for Murphy. This is it. Capiche?
Yeah, exactly. So we might be coming to the end. How many days are in this game? 5? Because we're on day 5 now. Smell-o-vision sounds like a nightmare. Like, what if you never clean your... Exactly! Exactly. It get kind of rough.
Don't know. I'm getting tired of you asking about... Nope. We only stayed here a couple of weeks. Nope.
Okay, I don't think we have anything there. Imagine Casey's greetings coming through. Hummaker's referring to my old cat, Casey. Anytime Hummaker would come over to the house, and he'd use the computer there, the computer was actually in the same room with a litter box, right next to it, in fact, and Casey would absolutely every single time go in there and take a poop. No joke. And he was notorious for not exactly being, smelling like roses, just put it that way. Imagine tobacco commercials, smell-o-vision, or liquor commercials. We never could figure out how to get into Malloy's CD. I don't know what the code is.
Amazingly enough.
Is that supposed to be a cigar? I think it's supposed to be a cigar, yeah. Or those pass-on showering. Or the, oh my God, the Pampers commercials. Oh. And let's not get into incontinence products. You can imagine. Oh man. Please flip tape over and press play. You know what, Duncan? That actually reminds me. There's I think it's Full Moon Fever by Tom Petty. Came out in the late 80s or 1990, something like that. And one of the funniest things... Wait, we start smelling the Flex Seal commercials. Oh, I couldn't imagine. One of the funny things about that CD was it included a very short track in the middle of the disc that wasn't on the tape or the record. And it goes something like this. Hello, CD listeners. We have come to the point in the record or tape where if you are playing this on record or tape, you'll have to get up and turn the record or tape over. And, you know, stuff like that. It's like, I love that kind of stuff. Actually, you know what? Now that I think about that, I have never listened to that record on Spotify. I wonder if that track is included in the digital release. It would make sense that it was. Full Moon Fever. And it would be, I think it was at the end of Feel a Whole Lot Better. I don't want to play it on stream, but I don't see a separate track for it. And it's not a track listed on the CD. It's only if you're playing the disc. I want to say it shows 13 tracks on the CD, but they're only showing 12 here. Anyone heard the 11th track on Toxicity by System of a Down? I don't know if I have or not, actually. I may have at some point, but I don't remember it. I-100 what? So let's see, what is
the visitor's pack?
14?
Well, looks like my suspicions were correct. Now I'll just have to... Flight schedule seems a little too exorbitant to be taken seriously.
A little too exorbitant. And he went to Pyongyang, North Korea. Interesting. Okay. Oh, give me just a brief second here. I'll be right back. I need to help coffee. Give me about 2 or 3 minutes. All right. Thank you for that. Some guys back in the day, you think covered in a paint that would smell when the disc heated up, if you heard about it but not experienced it yourself. Well, that one doesn't have it. There was one disc I had that still smelled like it did when it was new, that chemical smell that they had. The smell of records when I would open them up back in the 80s still lingers in my mind. I remember it very distinctly. It's just, I guess because I really liked getting records back then, it just kind of stuck with me. There's a lot of that. The playthrough you have of this game runs about 7 hours and 32 minutes. Well, mine's going to run about 72 hours and 32 minutes because, well, 65 of it's me running my mouth. Who knew watching public executions was normal back in the day? I did. I also went to the Tower of London when I went to England, and saw the little tour. Coffee didn't like that.
I wonder what this item 186 is.
7AC. I wonder if that is the code. Invalid security code. I don't know what security code it wants me to give. I played Final Fantasy. I did play Final Fantasy VII. I played the first 4 Final Fantasies that were released in the US back when they came out. On Nintendo, Super Nintendo, that kind of thing. But I tried to play, and I didn't play 5 or 6. I tried to play 7 on PC when it came out on PC, and that was an awful experience. I didn't dislike the game. I just hated the game the way it was on PC. It was terrible. Let's see.
I remember.
Maybe. Wait, where is my. Oh, thank you. Wait a minute. Where is my. My viewer. Where did my little viewer go? It's missing ever since the brown wrapper thing. I had a Pete Renuzit wax deodorizer in college that melted onto some old CD or onto some CD cases to this day. Those cases still smell like peaches. Well, fake peaches. My brother liked FF7 until he got to the end of the game. Sat there and was like, I'm not enjoying this. I mean, the only problem with Final Fantasy VII to me is the grind. It is an enormous grind. And because there's no real direction in the game, you could literally spend a decade grinding in that game and never finishing it. Just not getting lucky enough to find the next step. Like if you don't really bother to go and look for anything. It is not easy. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Maybe Moif?
How can I help you, Mike?
Back in the day, opening a video game package, what was your thing? You love the modern Dragon Quest has a recap feature. Huh.
No thanks.
He's like, I don't want nothing to do with that.
No. Out of my league on that one. I don't know. So, I'm pretty. Yeah.
Okay. You play the game and boom, recap, whether you like it or not. Oh, no. Every time you load the game. I don't know if I want that. It's a nifty feature, but unless you can skip it, I'm not sure I want that.
What can I do for
Sounds
you?
like Light and Magic 2.
You can keep that.
You can keep that.
You can. You can keep. You can keep. You can keep. You can keep.
Look, Mac, I need your help. I know Dag Horton was an NSA agent, but I gotta find out why he was posing as the Black Arrow killer. Now, this could be a matter of life and death. For me.
Come on, Murphy. You know they don't tell me anything. Especially not when the NSA's involved. I'm the wrong guy to ask.
Man, you gotta be able to figure out something to tell me.
Well, I do know one thing. I know where they took the body. It's down at the county forensics lab. Listen, I know the guy that runs the place. Maybe I can get you in and you can have a little time to take a look around. That's it. That's all I can do for you.
Well, maybe that'll be enough.
That's true. Yeah, see, that's a good feature for that reason. As long as you can skip it. Yeah. As long as you can skip it, that's a good thing. The same goes for Murder on the Orient Express, the current one, the Microids Murder on the Orient Express, the one I played a couple weeks ago on GOGCOM. And also Crimson Diamond both have features in their journals to help give you that kind of, follow-up so that if you haven't played it in a little while, you're not completely lost. You're still going to be a little lost, but it tries to help alleviate some of that stress. What were we talking about? Who's this person again?
No can do. Can't help. You think I know everything?
Exactly. That's kind of a cool feature. But like I said, as long as you don't have to do it every time. You can also argue it is a way to make it so you don't save scum the game because it is an RPG. You don't have to save scum unless you use it, unless you are at the casino doing gambling things, and even then you don't want to gamble. You don't have to gamble, yeah.
You can keep that.
I think I already asked him about these, didn't I? Yeah.
You.
So he doesn't care about that crap.
Don't know any. Like it.
Okay. Oh, there's the morgue. What disc we putting in this time? Anybody got a guess on what disc is going to go in here? I say it's going to be disc 4. That's my guess. Currently, disc 2 is in there. Disc 1. Damn it. Of course, it could just be a cutscene first, and then it'll want disc 4 when we get into the morgue. I don't know. I just realized it's got that's a different CD swap window. That doesn't have any texturing on it.
For the second time in a week, Mac comes through for me. Oh, that's a new record for him. When I get to the morgue, the door's unlocked and the coroner has conveniently gone out for a long lunch. I hope I don't trigger... In case one of the cadavers starts playing with matches. This reminds me of one of my favorite songs. The hip bone connected to the leg bone. In case one of the cadavers starts playing with matches.
That needs to be a sound command. In case one of the cadavers start playing with matches. 7 Skullbrain, yeah.
That gurney looks about as comfortable as one of those Craft-O-Matic beds.
Wow, I haven't thought of that.
I Get It by Victor Frankenstein.
Frankenstein.
I get the feeling that evil experiments have been done here.
Thank you. Evil. unclaimed personal items. That might as well say, open me and collect goodies for your mission, Tex.
It's Pug. I always wondered what happened to him after I tossed him out of my office.
I remember him from Under a Killing Moon.
Someone didn't finish their sandwich. From the looks of these damaged craniums, I'd say these are the remains of Curly, Larry, and Moe. Well, it's good to see they've got additional storage capacity. From the look... Looks like it's...
Lost and found. Look what I found. It's no longer lost. It's right
You don't
here.
see something like this every day. Counter cabinets look like they're worth checking out. I wonder if the owner... A strap-on shoe. I deduce chicanery took place at the coroner's annual three-legged race.
That's just wrong.
Wow. Someone decapitated Mr. Clean. So, this is where Louis shops for his brains and eggs special.
It's for when people return days later. Wait, that was the chat room updating. Why did it do that?
This label says Abby normal. I hope someone doesn't accidentally use this brain.
That's a young Frankenstein reference.
Ugh, eyeballs. I'll bet someone's been looking all over for these.
But tis.
These drawers are labeled with letters. They probably contain some personal belongings brought in with the dearly departed. Maybe Horton had something on him. Looks like it's locked.
Pleasure. No, that's not it.
Nothing in here. Nothing in here.
This music vaguely reminds me of some West Corona music in EverQuest. Fred's autopsy supply, and it's a picture of, looks like a lady that's maybe a ballerina in high heels for some reason. That's weird.
I wonder if there's one around here on female anatomy. These skulls look pretty healthy. The stuff in these beakers looks pretty sticky.
Ew, nasty. Why do I feel like that I'm missing something really obvious? Because I have yet to find anything of use in here. Nothing. And I feel like we're almost out of places to search. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't think to look in the freezer. So I seem to be missing some communications. Hang on a second. That chat. I seem to be having some problems with my chat box. For one thing, Let's see. Yeah, like there's stuff in one chat that's not showing up in the other, so hang on a second. I seem to be missing a lot. They also have DLC in Dragon Quest 11 that allows you to play the game with Dragon Quest 8, I think 8 or some other games OST. You can also change the frame rate and the anti-aliasing. You got the same chatter with the weird wording. Huh. Oh yeah, it's another one of those. Man. Haven't you got anything better to do? Yeah, silly crap.
The cause of death for this guy's obvious.
Like he's stuck or something. Oh, I thought maybe that was actually like another door or something.
Well, there's always room for more.
Always room for more.
Refrigerated security key. Dag Horton. I can't think of anyone else I'd rather see in here.
Okay, so we found him, but it doesn't really give me any options to talk to him. We'll just leave the door open.
Well, it's interesting, but not too useful to me right now. Nice microscope. I wonder if there's one around here on female anatomy. I wonder if there's... Nice tools. Ideal instruments to pull, poke, and prod. But I guess they don't get too many complaints.
What, I just pick up a... are we really going to do this?
Well, that won't work. That doesn't seem...
What am I going to use? What am I going to cut up? Oh, okay. That works.
I'll bet Mr. Horton has something useful in his wallet. File cabinet key.
Ooh, the file cabinet key. That means we can go back to the NSA room because there is a filing cabinet that's locked in his office. Horton's, that is. So does that mean we've got what we need here? Let's see if we can go back to Autotech, Horton's office. And which one was locked that I couldn't open?
I'll have to keep my eyes open.
Okay, Horton's key.
Yeah, maybe the contents of this envelope will shed a little light.
Examine. And another key. Target A, Wright, interrogated and eliminated. Target B, Ellis, under surveillance, but not an immediate priority. Target C, Collins. No actions. It is imperative that you begin surveillance on Target C immediately. The doctor has gone underground, and all attempts to locate him have failed. Target C, as we discussed, worked with the doctor and is the last person known to have contact with him. In addition, I have acquired information on a Target D, Emily Patterson. Target D is living at the Fuchsia Flamingo nightclub, 165 Chandler Avenue. I have reason to believe that the doctor may attempt to contact or relay information to Target D, so secondary surveillance is required. As we outlined previously, any contact with Targets C and D must follow the BAKMO. This is imperative. Once either target receives a communication from the doctor, the target should be eliminated. Also, I must stress again the top secret nature of this assignment. Details should not be discussed with anyone, including other operatives. Jackson Cross. B-17. For your information, 1091. I don't know what this means. So where else?
Let's see what's behind this drawer.
Okay, so it's only one drawer we can open.
Let's see what's behind this.
Yeah, whatever. Okay.
Just seeing, Jack.
I'm going to assume we're good for here for now. Let's go back up. Now that we've got some of these numbers. $10.91. P17. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't see Horton's wallet. Oh man, carry this card with you at all times. Use a pass card number to identify yourself when communicating with Sweetwell's customer service center. Sweetwell. 773-348. Maybe that's the number for the CD? 773-348? Seven 348. Invalid security code. I want to know what the freaking code is for this stupid disc. Oh my god. Okay. How about we go back. I just realized what time it was. Holy crap. Hang on a second. Let's see if this works or not. Enter access code. Oh crap. What was the code again? It's 773. Okay, it was right. 773-348. All right, so we'll use well, this might prove interesting.
Well, this is either a map of San Francisco or a giant Etch-a-Sketch.
Suddenly his voice is much louder.
Seems to be some kind of giant degaussing machine. Uh-oh. This machine encrypts objects with a security code.
Okay, so we have entered a room where I know B-17 must fit. It's a locker room or something. This is, unfortunately, where I need to pause for now. We'll be back on Sunday with more Pandora Directive. Yeah. discs back in the right places. Oops. Okay. Hey, 4 minutes of overtime. Yeah, I know I always cut it right on that line. I got 2 streams to do today. Both of them are relatively lengthy. One will be back tonight. We're on Friday night over on Coffee's channel. Almost put it on the wrong keyboard. So if you want to grab that link, you can join us tonight. If you want to, we'll most likely be playing some Jackbox as well as golf with your friends. And I don't know what we'll start with. We'll work that out a little later. Let's increment this and save. Oops, that's not what I meant to do.
Waka waka.
All right. Yeah. Bear with me just for a moment. Let me exit out. We'll get this disk out of the drive. And I'll say a few thank yous. You guys are awesome today. This was good. This was really good. I made a ton of progress in this. I really, that was a lot. Hey, thank you, Ontario. It's good to see you too. Wolf Soul. Yeah. All right. That can be so loud sometimes, huh? All right. Let's talk about the good stuff here. Lots of generosity today. Duncan Thrax, thank you so much for the Gigantify bits. Blimp, thank you for the 3 months. And again, the Gigantify bits there, the big B, Duncan Thrax, I appreciate that as well. Kyle and Error 13, thank you for the raid earlier. Otaku with the 7 stream streak, I appreciate the loyalty there. Anonymous Gifter gaven out 2 subs. I just made that up. Take it. They gaven out 2 subs, 1 to Winter Slice and 1 to Shorty Straw. Thank you so much, Anonymous Gifter, gaven out them subs. Maybe I should call you Anonymous Gaver? I don't know. That's a weird word. Anyway, Coffee Casual with 55 months. Amazing. 55 months. Duncan Thrax with another 30 bits. We also had some follows, another Gigantify from Duncan Thrax. I appreciate that. And Maverick Gamers Global, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate that as well. Duncan Thrax, also with 5 months. And yeah, you guys rock. I really appreciate that. Every single last one of you, even if you're not subbing, even if you're not gifting bits, you're here viewing. Hey, you know what? Views count. So let's see what we can find to raid into. And I'm going to get me something to eat. And we're going to call it a day. For this stream, I'll call it a day. Coffee disagreed with me, so I had to clarify. Yeah. Yep, SDG doing that. I'm actually going to raid into Free Needles. If you want to do the honors. He's currently playing Morrowind. Hey, no problem. We'll be back on Sunday with more. Oh, by the way, it is September. No, it is. It's September, not September. Bye-bye. It's 25% discount on subs, it looks like still. So, anyway, take advantage of that. Thank you all for being here. I look forward to catching you over on Free Needles' stream. If not, catch you on my wife's stream on Coffee Casual's channel tonight. If not, I'll catch you on Sunday with more Tex Murphy. Take care. Be safe, everybody. I'll see you real soon.